Every minute I'm late, 5 push-ups? Whoa, this was never agreed upon. Hold on. What is going crazy? I'm watching My Little Pony. This is insane. What has Chair-kun been telling you guys? Because whatever it is, I don't approve of it. You guys are coming at me crazy. And you know what? I'm not a fan. Maybe I'll just cancel stream if you guys are going to be mean. Make you think about what you've done. How many push-ups I got left? Oh, I finished my exercises a long time ago. I finished them, I think, months ago. I have all the video proof if anyone requires it. I finished all of my push-ups and squats a long time ago. And I've been keeping at it too. I just recently got a pull-up bar. You know, we're making things happen. What do we have in store for today? Not My Little Pony, that's for sure. Not today. That is not the stream topic today. Maybe power scaling the My Little Pony verse can hold off for now. Maybe when it's a little bit more, you know, scene relevant. About to be built like Toji, that's the goal, baby. I'm about to challenge Toji to a fight. That's the end goal of everything. So, what do we have in store today? Just watching the videos claiming to expose Mr. Beast, shit gets crazy. Don't even get me started about that stuff. The only honest to God, I think, credible thing that you could really say in all of those 2 videos is that he probably shouldn't have hired someone with a CSO, you know, offense. Definitely not good. Definitely probably not a good look if you're going to, you know, have a YouTube channel that runs on a lot of kids. I mean, is there an argument to be had that once someone has, you know, served their time and changed after a certain amount of years, maybe they should have that kind of removed from their person and shouldn't be held accountable for that anymore to have a job? That's a conversation. But again, that's CSO. So I don't think, you know what, I'm not going to also at the same time really struggle or defend that person with my chest. You know what I mean? I'm really not going to sit aside and be like, you know what, let's give this guy a second chance. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like he robbed a bank or something. Maybe we can have a discussion. Not the previous one. Definitely would not prefer. So yeah, that's definitely a questionable action on Mr. Beast's part. But the whole illegal lottery, meh. The dude who, like, they tried to challenge with, don't even get me started on that. Mr. Beast gets canceled for something new every day now. Yeah, exactly. You know, there are plenty of people that are hopping on that are just super excited to see Mr. Beast fall because he's like a giant titan of the industry. But again, we're not here for Mr. Beast talk. Again, it's just, it really is just the talk of the town. So I definitely figured I would respond to that. All the other gambling and lottery stuff is exactly what every other company does. Not saying it's right, but it's not new. Yeah, it's sweepstakes. It's everything. I mean, there's definitely a way to do things legally. And it seems like I watched the Legal Eagle video on it. Legal Eagle, awesome lawyer, makes YouTube content. He's really reliable, very dependable person as far as it is. Seems very unbiased in my opinion. Unless I don't know if there's a controversy about him, don't crucify me. I haven't heard about it. But he went over it and everything pretty much seems kosher, you know? Dr. Disrespect is crazy. Don't even get me started on that shit. That whole shit is insane. I still blows my mind that in the exact same tweet he admitted to inappropriately texting a minor. He said he doesn't stand for predators. I don't know how you can I don't know how you can lack that kind of self-awareness where in the exact same paragraph of admitting you did something predatory, you don't stand for predators and you'll listen, hot take. I say it all day, every day. The people that scream from the top of the hill the loudest that we need to take care of all PDF files. We need to not let anybody be a part. We need to do the most we can. I care about kids so much. You know what it reminds me of? You know what it really wholeheartedly reminds me of? If any of you guys have seen The Office, it reminds me of the episode where they all get drug tested, and Michael, the boss, finds out he's gonna get drug tested, and he goes, I'm gonna be so anti-drug that they don't even give me a drug test because I'm gonna act so anti-drug that literally no one fucking feels that way. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly insane. Those are the people that, like, you need to look out for the absolute most. Like, I've met people like that in my actual real life. I remember, not to name any names or call anyone out, obviously. I don't know if anyone watches this, but I remember I was amongst friends, talking with people, and someone asked me, like, oh, I heard you like anime, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I like anime. This person who lived in Japan, or, like, had, like, time in Japan and everything like that, had visited Japan, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't remember what the exact object was, but they were in Japan before, and they absolutely could not stand anime because all anime was CP, and even the slightest bit of it is inexcusable to watch. And if you watch anime, it's just super weird, and everything about it is weird, and they can't even stand to sit through a single episode of anime. Doesn't matter what it is, it's all CP. And I was like, that was a very long-winded answer to just say that you don't like anime. Interesting. I wasn't side-eyeing you before, but now I definitely am side-eyeing you because that was super crazy. So anyway, yeah, let me get off this topic. Again, sorry. So, people that were on the VOD, this is where the actual stream starts. So, anyway, how's everyone's Friday doing? You know, it's so funny. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. I'm having a good Friday. Hope everyone else is doing good. I saw that I got a dono. Let me catch up here. Dion, thank you for the $2. Wodo and Wuji win next tournament. So, no Yuji and Toto. Yuji and Toto are not present at all in this duo tournament. So, essentially speaking, Jujutsu Kaisen, tag team fights, jumping, all of that stuff is so important to the entire idea of Jujutsu Kaisen as a whole, right? I always thought that duos is something we haven't explored enough. And when I thought about that, I wanted to do something that was interesting. Now, obviously, a lot of you guys are aware, I know that we share a decent amount of a mutual audience. A lot of you guys are aware that Jujutsu Kaisen does his Build a Sorcerer draft and everything, just did the culling game in it. That seems really fun. But obviously, I don't want to do the exact same thing. That's unfair. He created that himself. He should deserve to keep that idea himself. No one should copy that. So I started to think, I'm like, you know, Jujutsu Kaisen duos is something I always wanted to do. I always wanted to find a way to explore all these different duo ideas that none of us ever got the chance to. And so I'm thinking to myself, let's do a tournament with Jujutsu Kaisen duos of tag team battles that no one's ever heard of. Let's put as many crazy different tag team matchups together that we can to make something crazy, right? So what I did is I asked you guys, I made a community post, no surprise. Let me see if I can actually pull that up here. And on that community post, I asked you, what was a Jujutsu Kaisen duo tag team that you wish we were able to see, right? So a lot of people gave really good responses. I was genuinely pretty surprised at a lot of the answers that we got here. And what I did is I took 32 of the absolute best that I could find and put them to the test. Now, what I want to do at the ultimate goal of this is obviously at the end of this to find the best Jujutsu Kaisen duo tag team of all time, right? But that's not it. I want to get this more engaged with the community. I want to get you guys involved, and I want to give you guys a chance to play in the tournament, maybe create your own duo, and we can all have this awesome fun tournament. Or maybe we can do like, we can put characters on a thing and we can have a regular actual draft, and we can draft characters and we can re-roll if we need to. So there's a lot of different ways that I can think about it. But what I really wanted to do is I wanted to test these tag teams and see what would actually come out of a tournament like this. So again, this is no stakes, no holds barred. Just a couple of really cool tag team matchups that I thought were cool that I'm going to put on the tournament. And what we are going to do is we're going to vote as a community on every pairing. I'll give my thoughts. I'll check chat, see what's going on with them. And you can consider this like the preseason. We haven't even had the draft yet, or we haven't had the big moment where we plot the people who are going to be on the tournament on the bracket. So what I really, really want to do is put something together that will be awesome, fun. We can all kind of go through this. Let's call this again preseason. Let's see how fun it could be. And then if we like this, what it will do is when we come and visit this idea again, everyone will have a really, really good idea of how to craft their team the best and how to approach every other character the best after seeing how some of these duo fights will go and how some of these votes will go. Most importantly, I think it will be important too, because we'll be able to see who's OP, who's under-leveled, and I'll be able to balance if we do a draft or we do picks. Because one thing that I saw and that you'll probably see immediately is that there are characters that come up a lot more than others. There's characters that are just perfect support characters that match other teams. So that is one thing that will be very apparent. So there's going to be characters we're going to have to limit. There's going to have to be a limit of only this many characters per tournament, you know? And then the people that get them are just going to be, you know, are just going to be really lucky. Yeah, Edible Apple pretty much got the #1 person that came up so many times. No Gojo, no Sukuna. Even for this tournament, Gojo and Sukuna are not present. I even really kind of was very restrictive on like special grades and high level sorcerers. Like I think Geto is the only special grade sorcerer I put on the tournament. Yuta's not on there. Yuki's not on there. And like I said, Gojo and Sukuna aren't on there either. So those characters are just obviously instant win cons for the most part in most cases. And again, there will be some characters that we can also, you know, rule out after this tournament and this test run, if you will, right? Let me go ahead, let me check, because there was a big buck dono from China. Happy early birthday from me and the No Op Gang. Thank you so much, China Doll. I really appreciate that. You did not have to do that. Thank you so much for the love and all the support and the constant just showing up and always just being an awesome, you know, member of the community. Honestly, like, you're a huge pillar of the community, and I know the pillar of the community, everyone says that, and it's become a meme at this point, but it's true. Like, you're one of the core people that make up this community, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. It means a lot. And you got Weeb Guru coming in with the $2 as well. Got my picks, bro. I went crazy with it. I believe I did grab a couple of your picks, actually, Weeb Guru. I believe I did. I honestly, I didn't take anyone's name down. I just took the matchups because, again, this isn't for clout. This isn't for anything. This is just the pre-test run. Maybe limit the use of one character to 2 picks per group and have a vote on which duos they fit the best with. We're definitely going to have to figure it out. Like I said, that's what we're going to do this test run for. But let's run through this, and we'll see how it goes. Can I just say, this website here, Uwu Fufu, this website is deplorable. Absolutely deplorable. Please don't ever use it for literally anything. Don't. I mean, like, you can if you really need to, but, like, literally every single quiz and just bracket on this website is just hottest girls of 2024, hottest streamer girls of 2024, hottest, porn stars of 2024. And it's like, dude, who takes these freaking quizzes? Get ad block, bro. Why? I'm not saying the ad. No, I'm not. No. Sounds like the site I used to read free manga. It's not even ads. It's literally not even ads. So the point of this website is literally all just, it's literally all just like brackets and tournaments and everything. So it's a simp site. Yeah, literally a simp site. But anyway. I don't believe in ad block. So we're going to go ahead and get this started because this may indeed take a while. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started, take right through this. I'm not going to ask what happens if you click on the balls tab. I don't want to know, to be honest with you. Round of 32, the JJK 2v2 preseason tournament begins. I made all the little pictures myself. I hope you're proud of me. All right. So let's get the first poll started here. It's going to be Utahime and Naoya versus Yuji and Mahito, which, oof. I mean, that's kind of just a bad matchup for Naoya and Utahime, unfortunately. But we can still describe the duos and really understand why the win happens. Naoya and Utahime is actually generally a pretty decent matchup, all things considered. A lot of people are mentioning Naoya with a woman. What the hell? How would that ever happen? But I like to think that maybe Utahime just kind of ignores Naoya's, misogyny. And just does her job because that's the kind of stand-up woman that she is, you know what I mean? She sticks through it. She's not going to get brought down by Naoya. She's going to make sure she shines in this fight the best that she can. Naoya, on the other hand, is really going to be, like, the main guy in that duo, right? I mean, Utahime is primarily support. That's the whole entire idea of her curse techniques. That's the whole entire idea of her character. However, the downside to Utahime compared to someone like, like Miguel of all people is strictly down to Utahime has to, like, literally dance to make her support go up. Now, sure, this gives Naoya a great boost in cursed energy, which probably makes projection sorcery, probably increases his, subsonic speed, everything like that to a much higher level than he'd be able to reach. So Naoya would be much faster than Yuji and Mahito, that's for sure. Naoya would be blitzing the two of them. The problem is, not only is Yuji built like a tank, left, right, good night, not including now you have the additions of blood manipulation and dismantle. Domain expansion, we don't know what that is yet, but I'm sure it's going to be nasty. You could definitely give Naoya even his domain expansion from his Vengeful Spirit form just to try and make things fair, and it just doesn't matter. Yuji has simple domain now. Mahito not only has a domain expansion, he has a 0.2 domain expansion, so he can 100% lay out his barrier and activate his innate technique much faster than Naoya can even lay out his domain expansion. He wins that domain tug of war. And again, even though Naoya is much faster and is going to be using Utahime to speed himself up and gain much stronger projection sorcery, it only takes one hit from Mahito to... one or two hits from Mahito to take Naoya out. And the two of them can work together. Mahito has his shape-shifting. Mahito can just not teleport, but transform, split himself apart. They take out Utahime. Naoya loses his buffs, and boom. They're done. And they can't even hurt Mahito. That's a big thing. I thought you said no special grades. What's current Yuji doing here? Yuji is not special grade. And that's gonna be the end of that. So, yeah, I think it's pretty clear. Yuji Mahito, 91%. Utahime Naoya, 9%. 110%. That's going to be a W. So, yeah, that's going to be Yuji and Mahito winning. He's a special grade combatant, but special grade isn't necessarily about how strong of a fighter you are. When did this term special grade combatant start getting thrown around? Now we're just making up terms that don't exist in the story to give characters clout. The definition of special grade is a person that uses their very insanely overpowered curse technique to have the power to technically take on an entire nation. Geto can build an entire army of curse spirits. We've seen him literally split his curse spirits 4,000 to 4,000 or 2,000 to 2,000 either way between two different cities and take on all of Jujutsu society. Yuki can break the entire planet with planetary devastation and also build so much virtual mass. She could probably destroy an entire city block, multiple city blocks with one Garuda hit. You've got literally Gojo, who is Gojo, and Yuta with his ability to copy curse techniques indiscriminately. Rika, as well as his domain expansion, can 100% take on a nation just because he can gain enough curse techniques to reach a high enough level to even get that far. So it's Yuji is not taking on an entire nation. He doesn't have a curse technique that solidifies itself as being overpowered to even become special grade. And that's that. Yuji has shrine, so he could if Sukuna is considered special grade now. No. Next up, we've got Maki and Higuruma versus Jogo and Hikari. Now, this one is a little interesting. Yaga was also promoted to special grade. Yaga was promoted to special grade because he could create an entire army of cursed corpses that could 100% take on an entire nation because they would remain self-sufficient even after they died. There's a reason. So again, special grade has nothing to do with power. Special grade has everything to do with having a curse technique that could potentially let you take down an entire nation. That's why Yaga was considered special grade. Who wins? You've got Maki and Higuruma and Jogo and Hikari. Jogo's not human, so could he be accused of a crime? I think so. I think Jogo should be allowed to be accused of a crime. So, let's get into why these matchups are interesting. I'll focus on Jogo and Hikari first instead of Maki and Higuruma, because Maki and Higuruma is really just the one-trick pony, and I'll explain why. Jogo and Hikari is definitely the much more interesting matchup. Jogo and Hikari actually have pretty decent synergy, all things considered. And the reason why, Jogo is an absolute area of effect demon. Everything that he does creates a large amount of range and a large amount of destruction. Take the anime and manga differences as you will. Whether you want to say that Jogo was literally just summoning giant lava hands and smashing buildings together, firing bullets of lava and just taking out entire multiple city blocks with all of his fire attacks while trying to fight Sukuna. At the end of the day, whether you consider that just, you know, an exaggeration of what Jogo could do in the manga, Jogo still has Maximum Meteor that definitely can destroy a large section of the Shibuya city. So, what do you get when you pair that with a character like Hikari that can use Jackpot and become invincible? You get a character that is able to run around immortal and constantly regenerating from the heat and flames of Jogo's attacks, which means Jogo can go all out, does not have to worry about harming Hikari whatsoever, And Hikari is more than free to continue beating on the sorcerers, Higuruma and Maki, if they continue dodging the attacks. Like, imagine Jogo is just sending multiple flumes of volcanoes and heat and just destruction everywhere. Higuruma and Maki are just trying to dodge with their life, and then you've got Hikari who jumps through the lava literally as a charred fucking burned body and slams his cursed energy infused fist right through Higuruma's nose. Like, sure, Higuruma is already at a disadvantage when you consider him against characters like Hikari in, you know, fisticuffs hand to hand. So add the entire added distractions of Jogo, which are not just distractions, they're lethal blows that we've seen Jogo eliminate characters like Nanami and almost characters like Maki. Granted, they're on death's door. They didn't die exactly yet. We've seen them get almost one-shot by Jogo's attack. So his attack power is pretty fucking strong. I mean, Maki looks the way that she does because of Jogo. Jogo, again, also has his own domain expansion for things that get hairy. Which is, I mean, we've seen Gojo survive inside of it, so it is pretty questionable what amount of durability is required to survive inside of Jogo's supposedly instant death heat. But Maki and Higuruma on the other side are two characters that, while not getting the same kind of area of effect and kind of, you know, advantage and synergy that Jogo and Hikari are capable of in the base fight, where Maki and Higuruma come together as a duo is in Higuruma's domain expansion. Now, this is a hotly debated topic. A lot of people claim that this is something that could be done. A lot of people claim this is something that could never be done. But let me explain to you the idea as it fits. At the end of the day, this is all headcanon anyway. Maki, of course, is the invisible woman. She's very unpredictable in battle. She's super duper fast, super duper strong, super duper capable. If you were to ask me who would win in a bare bones fight between Maki and Hikari, I would definitely choose Maki every time and day. Not just because I think Maki is a significantly, you know, powerful fighter. Maki also has the Soul Split Katana, which is a direct counter to characters like Hikari. So even if Hikari is in jackpot mode, if Hikari gets an arm sliced off by... Excuse me. If Hikari gets an arm sliced off by... What's the word I'm looking for? The Soul Split Katana. I'm sorry, I literally lost my train of thought. If Hikari gets an arm sliced off by the Soul Split Katana, it is not coming back. Like, not coming back at all. So I think it's very important to distinguish that while Hikari and Jogo clearly have the base fight advantage here, Maki can immediately interrupt Hikari's jackpot gimmick without a doubt. Now, obviously, Maki needs to worry about getting turned to a crisp more than she already is. But where the duo comes together, because Higuruma isn't, while strong in hand-to-hand and melee fight, he's not standing against Hikari or Jogo, unfortunately. Where Higuruma becomes a great addition to the fight is his domain expansion, which is, I know, what a lot of you guys have probably been more than waiting for me to talk about for this entire time. Higuruma's domain expansion is, of course, always going to be one of the first things that he tries to get out in every single fight. It could be argued he may not be able to catch two people inside of his domain, so it may only be one. However, the main thing is whether or not Jogo or Hikari are able to get the death penalty or able to get confiscation, because those are two really big things. I mean, imagine confiscating Jackpot from Hikari, you take away his whole gimmick. Imagine confiscating Flames from Jogo. He's kind of fucked. So confiscation is strong here, even if you don't get the death penalty. Where it becomes a problem, again, because this is highly controversial, inside of Higuruma's domain, whether he can only catch one of them or catch two of them, Maki is able to completely ignore the domain's conditions because she's invisible. She's considered basically a piece of rock. So it could be argued that inside of Higuruma's domain that has literally no violence allowed whatsoever, Jogo or Hikari, doesn't matter who's inside of that domain, cannot fight back against Maki. And again, Soul Split Katana is unhealable. That could end up being an immediate loss. However, without being obvious enough, Hikari has a very similar to domain like Higuruma. It could be argued that even if Higuruma's domain activates faster than Jogo does, you could definitely counter by saying Hikari could 100% activate his domain as fast as Higuruma does. And in that case, inside of a domain clash, you still have, once again, Hikari and Jogo that probably have a humongous advantage. Where, again, Maki has a potential to counter Hikari, but she can't counter Jogo, and while Jogo fends off Maki, Hikari can take out Higuruma, cancel the domain clash, and even if you can't trap Maki in the domain expansion, if Hikari lands a jackpot, or even the way, Jogo Hikari, I think that team up makes it tough for Maki to win. Hey, Molly, thanks for the 5. Haven't been here that much lately, but hello. Happy to see you. Always love having you in chat. I've got a question. Do the characters have knowledge of each other's powers? I mean, pretty much, yeah. I would imagine that the all's fair that ends fair, so they're not going in blind. Would attacking someone in the domain cause some kind of backlash? The trial's voided or something? It could technically, like, make the trial a mistrial. We've never seen something like that, but that's a good question. I would imagine because Maki is immune, she would just be able to decapitate one of them and call it a day. And even if it was a mistrial, they're still dead, no? What support does Hikari provide? Hikari is, inside of Jackpot, invincible. If Hikari gets Jackpot off, he becomes immortal and is able to literally fight through the destruction that Jogo causes. But again, you have to argue Hikari has to hit, Hikari has to hit domain expansion and hit Jackpot as well, which is tough. If Hikari's healing is 100% automatic, could he heal his soul since it's not him healing but his own body on auto? Well, I would imagine that because it's his body healing, it wouldn't be the soul. So no, I would think Soul Split is a pretty much hard counter to Hikari. Want to ask a question, is Higuruma's domain more refined than Jogo's? It's not that I think Higuruma's domain is more refined, it's that I think Higuruma's domain casts beforehand. And then once Higuruma's domain is cast, it's arguable if Jogo is able to cast a domain in response once the no violence clause is activated. Me and Broken Ronin have debated this time and time again if it's actually considered violence to counter a domain with your own domain. But we've never seen it happen in Higuruma's domain, so we can't tell. How many times can I say domain in a sentence? Maki could tank Jogo's fire? I mean, she didn't she didn't tank it the first time. Again, look what happened to her when she tanked it. Someone needs to ask Gege at the next Q&A whether or not Hikari's reverse curse technique kills his soul. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like, out of all the votes here, Maki and Higuruma 57% as the winner. Over Jogo and Hikari. Feel like fully awakened Maki might still be able to tank the flames. It seems like that's what the audience believes. Yeah, it seems like that's what the audience is going for. So yeah, it looks like we're going to give it to Maki and Higuruma. That's democracy, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so now what I'll do is I'm going to hold off on making the poll until we've purely described the matchup. So just to give it a little bit of... That way, if I don't want anyone to change their opinion after the conversation. We've got not Higuruma showing up again. Nanami and Higuruma versus Ogami and Yaga. So, obviously, this is most characters, you know, put to their full potential. You have Granny Ogami, who is able to use necromancy, summon characters back from the dead. It's completely possible that Yaga could create multiple cursed puppets that Ogami is able to slip different personalities into. So sure, we can give Toji we can give Ogami the Toji pill. Now, the thing is imagine imagine we have the Toji pill. Imagine if Ogami is able to use multiple Toji pills here, right? You know? If Yaga is able to provide multiple cursed humanoid-sized cursed puppets for Ogami to put the Toji pill inside of and cast Seance on, it's possible we could have an army of literally multiple Tojis. Literally just swinging through Higuruma and Nanami and beating the shit out of them. Obviously, that is very generous to the Ogami and Yaga team up, but generally, I do think that is a very interesting matchup, to say the least. If Ogami was able to get her curse technique to work alongside the curse puppet technique, this is exactly why a character like Yaga would have been considered an unregistered special grade and why things could have gotten very, very, very bad if Yaga was actually a villain. Now, on the other side, you of course have Higuruma and Nanami's team up. We've kind of talked already in depth on how Higuruma's domain expansion can level the playing field when he's in a lot of teams, and especially more so going up against two characters that don't have a domain expansion for all we know, and have not shown simple domain either. So at the start of the matchup, Higuruma is 100% going to lay out domain expansion, at least on one of them, potentially on both of them. It's unclear if he'd be able to try two people at the same time, so keep that in mind. It's possible that he can only catch one of them in, and the other one has to break the domain from the outside, which is a viable option if he can only try one person. You could also argue he can capture two of them and only try one of them at the same time, while the other one has to wait in the no violence clause. Now, it's without a doubt, Nanami and Higuruma are 110% a much stronger team. Physically, Nanami has his 7-3 curse technique, delivers much more critical blows. Every single attack from Nanami has the potential to remove your arm, the potential to remove your head, to be a lethal blow, a critical hit right to the body. Especially when you're dealing with an elderly woman, not that hard to worry about. Yaga's going to have to worry about defending Ogami, so they're going to have to hope they can pull the cursed puppet Toji trick. Higuruma, of course, has his shape-shifting gavel, which acts as like a whip. It also acts as a large mallet. He's able to throw it and have it disappear and catch it again. So Higuruma does also have large projection type attacks. Again, Ogami is a character that could 100% get the death penalty. I mean, the small little blurb she has in the data book says that she has literally multiple grandchildren that aren't hers. She just kidnaps children and calls them her grandchildren. That one we saw at Shibuya Incident was literally only one of like 6 that she just has a whole facility of kids that she steals. So women's definitely going getting the death penalty, if confiscation, if anything. If either of their curse techniques gets disabled, which again, Higuruma is going to start the battle off with domain, then one of them is getting disabled from the start. So their dynamic probably ends from the very beginning. Cool. I don't think they have a chance. Let me go ahead and make this poll. And holy shit! Blown away. Loud, my guy. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you as well. You make a big difference in the community as well, my guy. And I'm not just saying that because I feel like I have to follow up with a crazy long paragraph for you, but like genuinely, like from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Like, you have no idea how much that makes a difference. You know, you keep this channel running. All of you guys keep this channel running, and sincerely, it means the world to me. I wouldn't be able to do shit like this without you guys. And thank you, and it means the world to me that you guys would be more than willing to support me. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. So, now that we've yapped a lot about this, what do we think? It's a little mismatched, unfortunately. But again, I definitely see the vision of why this could have been a potentially really good matchup, right? All right, and let me see if I can put the poll on screen too. That'd be cool. That way people can actually see. Oh, yeah. It's a blowout. It's a blowout. The prep time combo is hypothetical. I agree. Yeah, with prep time, this could be a pretty devious duo. A very devious duo. And again, one of the coolest things about this small little tournament that we're doing is, like, it shows you, like, what certain matchups could be really good. Like, again, like, if Ogami and Yaga got some different tag team matchup, they could have won with that. Again, the prep time is crazy. Yeah, I don't even think we need to continue. I don't think they're coming back at all here. Higuruma and Nanami have a blowout win at 79%. Yeah, it's without a doubt. 50 votes. That's over. That's almost half of the stream. 80-20. I don't think they're coming back at all. I do not think they're coming back at all. Yeah, 50 votes in, 78%, 22%. I really don't even think they could come back. Ogami and Kirara? Huh. That's actually a pretty good matchup. Well, Higuruma and Nanami, go on. Up next, we've got Nobara and Higuruma. As I'm pretty sure the commenter that put this team together said, the Hammer Time trio versus Hazanoki and Shoko. So, without a doubt, I mean, you got two heavy reverse curse technique users, really, really strong reverse curse technique users, versus two characters that, I mean, Higuruma has come up 3 times now. It's no surprise what Higuruma offers to the fight. Domain expansion, confiscation, death penalty, depending on who they're up against. I mean, I feel like Hazanoki could probably get the death penalty. Shoko, maybe not so much. Shoko maybe get confiscation, but then you create the argument of, are you able to steal reverse curse technique? I mean, I guess you could say that because Shoko doesn't have a direct curse technique like Yuji, she would just have her cursed energy stolen from her. Hazanoki's good long range. Shoko is of no help in the battle whatsoever, literally, because Shoko's not a fighter. You've got Nobara and Higuruma that are both really good fighters in close range and long range. So Nobara is going to be a good matchup for Hazanoki's long range. Nobara can match the explosions that Hazanoki can create. Probably can match him pretty decently in attack, in like combat too, even if Hazanoki is going to probably be better than her. You've got Higuruma that can back her up against Shoko's no help to Hazanoki. At the most, you could say that Hazanoki can, like, final explosion, like Vegeta, tear his body to shreds, and then Shoko can just reverse curse technique him so he can blow up a lot. But even then, Higuruma's domain expansion definitely removes Hazanoki's curse technique, or potentially Shoko. Hopefully Hazanoki. Shoko's of no, even if Shoko can heal, there's no point. Higuruma removes Hazanoki's technique, and then, you know, it's kind of GG from there. Whether they get death penalty or not, honestly. But let's run it to the poll. Let's see what the people think. Let's see if maybe I'm incorrect in my thinking. I think Nobara and Higuruma pretty much got this on deck. I don't think that's crazy to say at all. Tiberius, thank you for the 10. Just got home. Time to roll some new perspective and watch the GOAT. I want to do a stream like this with you one day. 100% down to do it, definitely. You know, like I said, I wanna start doing these pretty often, especially when we get more community engaged and have actual teams and people entering the tournament. Oh yeah, I want to get so I would be more than happy to have you as like a fight judge or anything, because I want to get a couple good judges going on, so it's unbiased. It's not just me. We'll have 3 judges probably, and the vote for the voting poll. Oof. This is another blowout. This is another blowout. Did Nobara get no diffed by the tattoo guy? How is she going to win against explosive guy? I mean, she's got hairpin. She's got her nails that can fight off against Hazunoki's teeth. Hairpin can create cursed energy explosions. I think she can at least offer long range support while Higuruma gets a domain expansion off. You know what I mean? I think Nobara is just there for, you know, to help Higuruma and help keep, you know, full attention off of him. Let's be honest. Yeah, oof. 54 votes in, 87%. Even worse than the last matchup. Big yikes. Big yikes. Well, the people have spoken. And I completely agree with them. Literally, no help at all. Nobara and Higuruma advance to the next round. Next, we got Higuruma. Like I said, you can see how a lot of people, are gonna come back multiple times because they're such great support characters. So this is actually a very interesting matchup here. You've got Takaba and Higuruma versus Yuji and Angel. Now, Takaba has his very interesting comedian curse technique that is almost reality bending to a certain degree. And in full swing, Takaba can basically take what amounts to no damage whatsoever, completely fool his opponents into playing in his simulations with him, completely make them forget that they're even in a fight at the moment, and can pretty much just take everything over and run the fight. However, Takaba cannot win. Takaba cannot kill. You also have Higuruma, who we've talked about multiple times on as a match to that. Whether Takaba would literally just take over the entire match and not let him, you know, not let Higuruma's domain expansion go off, or Higuruma's domain expansion goes off and Takaba joins the, you know, deadly sentencing. The thing is Takaba, by understanding his curse technique, naturally may flop and naturally may not be able to use it as well as he possibly can. So creating a strategy of, I've seen people say, you know, Takaba and Higuruma, Takaba could create a scene that Yuji and Angel are both guilty, and then Judgeman can use that as, you know, the death penalty or crime or confiscation. Which, while possible, that is a scenario in which Takaba is aware of what he can do because he's basically plotting with Higuruma to create that. Whether you want to say Takaba just does that on his own or not. And also you have the problem with Higuruma and Judgeman not being able to choose crimes on a whim. It's completely at a random. So there's no guarantee whatever crimes Takaba makes Yuji and Angel commit will actually go through. Obviously, you know, a character from the Heian era, Angel, you know, characters like Yuji have both been hit with confiscation before, deadly sentencing before. Angel hasn't, but Yuji has, so it's possible for Angel, I would imagine. So yeah, so Higuruma's domain is a pretty big problem. Takaba's reality, you know, bending comedian is a big problem. Now, what you do have is you have Yuji, who has access to simple domain and domain expansion, which domain expansion, if casted quick enough, could potentially stop Takaba before his curse technique goes off. Simply because if you kill Takaba before the domain expansion, you know, before reality sets too far into advance, technically speaking, I believe you could probably override Takaba's invulnerability because it's a sure hit effect, and whatever Yuji's domain expansion is could offer some pretty strong, you know, pretty strong offense. Also, that's really good when it comes to potentially matching Higuruma's domain expansion. We do not know what Yuji's domain expansion is yet. We don't know how fast it activates. I mean, judging by the fact it was able to catch Sukuna off guard, I would say it activates pretty fucking fast. As for Angel, while we joke, fumble, bum, you know, big loser, whatever, if we go based off of what Jacob's Ladder is supposed to do, you know, a curse technique that has the ability to extinguish all other curse techniques. If Angel is able to get a Jacob's Ladder off on either Higuruma or Takaba, one, that's an instant neg to Takaba's comedian curse technique. You can shut that shit right off, extinguish his curse technique, and run that out of the fight and make it an actual fight between Yuji, Angel, and Higuruma, now that Takaba is basically no help. Sure, Takaba can do some combat. We saw him fight with Hazanoki, but is he going to be able to take Yuji? Probably not. Yuji was, you know, with cursed energy is going to be a problem for Higuruma. You could also argue that because Jacob's Ladder is a large AoE effect, it could potentially disrupt Higuruma's domain expansion and curse technique as well. So ultimately, this fight comes down to, do you believe that Higuruma can get his domain expansion fast enough to remove Jacob's Ladder? Or do you think Takaba can get comedian working fast enough before Jacob's Ladder? Because once Jacob's Ladder goes off, we know Yuji can be durable in it. Even if Jacob's Ladder can't kill Takaba or Higuruma, if it could extinguish their curse techniques, Yuji can 100% get the kill. So I'm curious to see what the community thinks. I think this is a lot closer of a matchup than the last two. So I'm very curious to see. I mean, obviously, Takaba and Higuruma is a stacked team, but Yuji and Angel definitely offer some pretty good back and forth. Are characters in character or bloodlusted? I mean, characters are... I would say they're fighting to the death. Sure, yeah, they're bloodlusted. They're going to do the best they can to win, you know? This is a life or death tag team matchup. They're taking shit really seriously. Confiscation can indeed only take one thing at a time. So, yep, Jacob's Ladder already has the, you know, the advantage there. Let me read some donos. Scarlin, thank you for the 5. Higuruma domain versus any reincarnated sorcerer is an instant beatdown. They were all murderer lunatics. So true. Honestly, yeah, they've all got, you know, bad luck when it comes to Higuruma for sure. I think that's why Higuruma was able to get so many points. Loud Gaming, again, thank you for the 15. You do not have to keep donating. I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you so much for the love. Higuruma came back for Yuji because he didn't include him in the flashback. This is my cope for Higuruma being alive. Just let me cope hard that Higuruma is still alive. Please, please, please. It's all I ask of you. And we got Scarling again with a $2 dono. Thank you. Reflect Jacob Ladder with a meteor. He saved it. Damn, that would be crazy if that worked. It worked like actual holy light or something. You just reflect it back at Angel and she's cooked. That'd be crazy. Sukuna didn't lose his curse technique even after taking 3 Jacob's Ladder. I don't think we've ever seen Jacob's Ladder work to completion. And yes, also that was Sukuna as well. Definitely a distinction between a lot of other people there that needs to be made for sure. Definitely a distinction that needs to be made there. And yeah, Yuji does have 2 curse techniques as well. He's got blood manipulation as well as dismantle. So Yuji does indeed have curse techniques to lose to the domain expansion. So he wouldn't lose his full curse energy, and he would probably still have, you know, probably still be good to have, you know, blood manipulation or whatever doesn't get stolen. Heyo, Average Andy, what's up, my man? Happy to see you in chat. It's been a hot minute. Hope you're doing well, brother. How far are we in the tournament? Round 5. So we're still in the first round of the tournament. Still in the first round of the tournament. This is a little bit close, but I think we're getting near the end here. 63 votes out of around 100 people, so this is over majority here. Get your votes in, guys. I'm going to give it a last, another minute or so. Get your votes in. If you have not voted, vote. Please, please, please vote. Takaba Higuruma stands. Now is your time. I see you in chat. Hit the like button. Weeb Guru, thank you for the 2. Do you hope for a third Yuji curse technique? Because I do. Hey, listen, I'm not going to play with if Yuji can get all the curse techniques. I see a lot of Takaba stands in chat, but they're just not coming out to vote, unfortunately. You guys aren't coming out strong enough in the polls. I think I'm gonna call it. It's been a minute since I offered to call it, and we're almost at about 69, 70 votes here. So that's about almost a third of the people here, more than a third, potentially almost a third. The number of viewers fluctuates. We've got Yuji and Angel coming in on top. So the people have spoken. Yuji and Angel surpassed to the next round. Takaba and Higuruma get their very first, well, Higuruma at least gets his very first L. Takaba, I know, has got haters in the chat, so. Hey, and just as I say that, we got Takaba solos from Myers. Thank you so much for the 25, brother. Big buck Dono. Appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Donos make the biggest difference in the world, sincerely. But you know what also helps? The like button. Like button helps the stream and the channel way more than you know. So listen to the people in chat that are telling you to hit that like button. Probably a good idea. Yeah, 60-40. It was almost close, but yeah. It was almost close. But Yuji and Angel win the matchup. Up next, we've got Geto and Megami versus Todo and Kirara. So this is a very interesting matchup. Now, obviously, we're going to be using everybody's peak form, of course. So Geto would have, all of his many curse spirits, including the ones that have the domain expansions. You've got the Kuchisaka Onna, with the scissors. You've got the Rainbow Dragon. You've got the different curse spirits that Geto uses in his fight with Yuta. And also, you've got Megami with the 10 Shadows technique. So 2 characters that are going to be really strong at summoning other, Shikigami or curses to do their dirty work. And yes, also, Scarlet, thank you for the $2. Yes, very high IQ battle. Very high IQ battle. I don't think we would give Megami tamed Maharaga. We've never seen him tame Maharaga, so no, I don't think we're going to give him that. But we will give Megami pretty much everything else. Now, Kirara and Todo are actually 2 support characters that will be working together. 2 huge support characters that are going to be working together here. Usually, Todo and Kirara are more support than each other, but they kind of feed off of each other here, and let me explain to you why. Well, Geto and Megami are just full-on, pure, overwhelming numbers. Todo and Kirara are a very complicated tag team. You've got Todo, who we know canonically is very easily able to imbue things with cursed energy, rocks, debris, everything that he possibly can. He can use other things that have cursed energy, so especially with Todo with the Vibra Slap, we've got, 50 times swap in a second at a point. So all of the cursed spirits, all of the Shikigami that are summoned are swappable things that Todo can take control of. So not only do you have Todo with an amazingly strong swap roulette here, you've got Kirara, who is able to then mark things with their cursed energy and create and use Love Rendezvous to create that magnetic effect or a push and pull, which means while at the same time you've got Todo casually just swapping through multiple different summons and curse spirits and Shikigami at an inconceivable level, he can at the very same time swap Kirara around the battlefield to slowly just tap different things and mark different stars on every different thing, to the point that they're going to create a battlefield that is so disorienting. Geto and Megami, if they ever get marked or their curse spirits get marked, could all be mushed together in a very similar way to like Gojo's Blue, right? Where like they can eventually create an idea where they eventually create a dome of one star and then leave one fucking pebble in the middle of the dome. Because again, Toto's got free reign to swap and construct things as he needs to, while Kirara is marking things and setting things up. Literally, then once the one star is in the middle that pulls everything in, the one around the sides can repel, shove everything in at maximum force. And just bust all. They could take out large amounts of curse spirits and large crowds of curse spirits that way. But on top of that, again, if they mark, God forbid, Megami or Geto, it's over. Because they can literally, again, using all the different cursed spirits and all the different cursed marks and everything like that, we've seen Megami and Panda get launched across entire building tops because of the stars and the push and pull effect. Who's to say that Kirara and Toto can't create a literal fucking tornado where Megami and Geto are literally fucking zip-zining and zip-zagging and going around boom, boom, boom until they're going at such a high velocity speed, they literally just get cooked until they can't, until their brains are literally juggled around and they die. Granted, you have Megami, who has the ability to hide inside of his shadows. You also have Chimera's Shadow Garden as well, that is able to manipulate those shadows to have Megami create shadow clones, to have Megami create multiple versions of his Shikigami. He can also pull people underneath his bottomless well and trap them beneath the bottomless well. However, at the end of the day, because Megami's domain expansion is incomplete, it does not have the same trapping effect, does not have the same curse technique overriding or sure hit effect. It only increases Megami's potential 120%. Which means, sure, Megami can create 3-4 different shadow clones to try and fight back, but again, if they get marked, Toto can clap them and create a fucking, not only just a roulette, but a sequence of the stars for Love Rendezvous that literally just make everything just get fucked. I think Toto and Kirara are actually a pretty deadly combo that I don't think Geto and Megami would personally be able to overcome, especially considering that every small thing that they summon is going to be another thing that Toto and Kirara can just take advantage of. Megami and Geto sure are pretty strong fighters hand to hand, but if they can't get anywhere near Toto and Kirara, there's no chance. All they have to do is Vibra Slap, get Geto and Megami right in front of Kirara for them to tap them and mark them with their stars, and then again just mark a bunch of different curse spirits and create so many different sequences they start getting whipped around until they die. I think Toto and Kirara got this in the bag, but let's put it to the poll. This is actually a very strong. You have Uzumaki. You could make Uzumaki. Geto could sacrifice all of his curse spirits to make Uzumaki. But again, I don't think any of them are in a position where Geto and Megami are going to be able to even fight back. Once Toto and Kirara get set up, which with the Vibra Slap and how easily they can set up, it's not going to take long for them to get in a good position, and neither Geto nor Megami have any direct counters to their abilities. If Megami had a full domain expansion, he could completely stop the nonsense completely, cut everyone off from the outside world, take control of the environment, and sure, hit effect, attack everyone. Same with Geto, but you got two characters that don't have a proper domain expansion, and even if they want to summon, a curse spirit, or Megami wants to sacrifice himself for Maharaga, again, Toto and Kirara can completely stop that. As soon as Megami makes the hand signs for Maharaga, Toto can literally just clap, swap him and disorient Megami, and then get him tapped and start the... It's that simple. I think Toto and Kirara got this in the bag. I don't think Megami and Geto can do anything. Let's put it to the poll, though, and let's read some of these donos. Let's read the chat summary here. Viewers are discussing a fight between Toto and Megami and who would win. Some believe Toto would win. Oh, it went away. Damn. So let's see here. Loud Gaming, thank you for being a member for 12 months. Enjoy that dojo badge, whether you deserve it. Vibra Slap Toto solos. I mean, Vibra Slap Toto is a huge leg up. Weeb Guru, thank you for the 2. Toto's a hard counter. He works best with groups. Appreciate the love, Weeb Guru. Loud Gaming, thank you for the 10. Toto will make all the cursed spirits hit Megami and Geto. Exactly. And Kirara is the worst person to deal with to pair up with Toto. They have such devastating combo together. The duo is insane. Tiberius, thank you for the 5. Simple, Geto turns away and Megami summons Maharaga. GG, Geto wins. Huh. Geto gets out alive to live the tale. To tell the tale. Scarling, thank you for the 5. Toto will not let Megami or Geto pass through the first star anytime. It gets down to Geto using a curse with innate domain or domain expansion. Yeah, I just don't think either of them have anything to counter. I think they're cooked. And versus Toto and whoever else the chat AI says. Toto may have with him. And whoever else Toto may have with him. So let's see here. Megami and Geto are winning? What do you mean? What do you mean Megami and Geto are winning? You guys are uncultured. This is a huge downside. Megami has a domain expansion. Megami's domain expansion is incomplete. Megami's domain expansion is not a sure hit. Even if he activates domain expansion, what can he do to the constant roulette swapping? Shadows are at their feet, though. They're constantly roulette swapping. They're never going to be in the same place at all. They're never going to be able to stay in one place long enough for Megami to do anything with the shadows. Toto also has simple domain. We've seen him use it. Geto has thousands of curses. Toto and yeah, this is insane. Domain would be enough to take them incomplete or not? That's insane to say. I just don't think y'all understand the vision. Stalling doesn't explain how they win. There's so many curse spirits. You literally mark Geto and Megami, curse slap the star on one, they get pulled high into the air, curse slap the star on the other one, and then boom, they're brought to the ground at such high speed they literally get turned into a pancake. I think that's crazy. I don't think they lack power. I think they can 100% set up a win con. But again, I mean, this is crazy. Thank you for the Dono Weeb Guru. This is what happened when democracy, the logic is gone. Hey, listen, I mean, it's the will of the people, you know? I can't control the will of the people. Unfortunately, I may think they're completely wrong. Geto domain Kirara and she dies. What domain expansion does Geto have? And again, how is Geto going to launch a domain expansion when he's getting rouletted 50 times in a second? This is crazy. In 100 battles, which team would win the most? I personally think Toto and Kirara would win every single time. Every single time. You can make your argument. It's just not that convincing to some of us. I mean, that's fine. I mean, like I said, if they win, they win. I just don't understand how Megami and Geto are going to be able to do anything while they're getting swapped 50 times in 1 second. Not able, something that Sukuna wasn't even able to comprehend. And Kirara is literally just setting them up with their stars and just smashing them again and again against the ground, because they're literally just getting whipped around in so many different directions. But you know what? That's fine. It's okay. I think I'm going to choose Todo and Kirara for the duo tourney, because actually I've convinced myself that they are fucking OP. Scully, thank you for the $2. If Maharaga summon Untamed, they all lose. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Yeah, if Maharaga gets tamed, they might be able to win, but starting to see the downsides. Hey, it is what it is. Didn't you say Maharaga was not summoned here? Yes, I did. Thank you for the $2, Scarling. And thank you for the 5 gifted, China Doll. I appreciate that love. Thank you. Well, it is what it is. The people have spoken. It's gotten close. It's gotten close. 86 votes, 56% Megami, 44% Todo Kirara. I'm going to give it 1 more minute, everybody. Get your votes in. We've got 135 people in chat. We've only got 86 votes. We still got, that's 50 more people that can get their votes in, guys. 50 more people that can get their votes in. Let's see it. I'm going to give it 1 more minute, and then we'll close the polls, because it is kind of close. And also because I'm coping hardcore. I'm coping so hard that Todo and Kirara can pull this out. Did I get your duo, Jesse? I might have. Again, I really don't know whose duo is who at this point. I might have gotten your duo. I might not have. I took down the names of the duos, and I was going through the comments really quickly. No one thinks that Geto could have room profusion. I think Tiberius was talking about Geto Womb Profusion being Geto's domain expansion. I just don't see it. I mean, it seems like Womb Profusion used gravity, so it would make sense to me that it was Kenjaku's curse technique, or domain expansion, or Kaori's, or maybe it's a mixture of everything, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Well, it's been a minute, guys. So we couldn't get it through, unfortunately. 54% Megami and Geto win the matchup. Sad day in my life, but hey, it is what it is. That's democracy, baby. Geto and Megami, move on. Up next is Todo and Mahito versus Druve and Kirara. And I guess I could already see how this one is going to go based off of the last vote. But, I mean, Todo and Mahito are pretty fucking deadly. Very deadly indeed. Todo with the Vibra Slap, constantly shifting Mahito, who just needs to get 1 touch on their opponent. Cooked. The one thing I will say is Druve and Kirara, underrated tag team, I will say the least. I will definitely say it's an underrated tag team. However, they need way more prep time, way more prep time than a team up of like Todo and Kirara. Kirara again has Love Rendezvous, where they're able to mark different objects with their cursed energy, creating stars where everything has to follow the sequence. If you are completely unable to follow the sequence and you don't know how to follow the sequence, you literally cannot go near Kirara or the things that she marks. Kirara, they can also, what they can do is they can create a magnetic effect between their different stars that can pull you or push you in different directions. So Kirara's curse technique combined with Druve's ability is actually pretty tough when they actually have a preparation time to complete it, because Druve's domain expansion has the ability to create an orbiting domain of Shikigami. Druve has the two giant, hamster gerbil looking Shikigami that basically, move outwards from him. And then as they move farther and farther away from Druve, that range creates his orbiting domain expansion. Whether it be the birds or the, that he can also summon, or the gerbils. Now, Druve is ass, bro. I will fight to my dying day that Druve is actually a really OP character that got done really dirty by Gege. Druve's curse technique is actually really OP, especially when he gets his domain out, because that orbiting domain is literally almost impenetrable unless you're Yuta, Kotsu, and Rika. There's a reason why both Ishigori and Oro did not want to mess with Druve or fight. Because the reason is, once Druve has that orbiting domain down, Druve is able to send his bird Shikigami or have them attack anywhere inside of that orbiting domain at any point in time. So literally, once you step inside of that orbiting domain, Druve immediately knows where you are and then activates his Shikigami in that area to attack you. That's why Ishigori could not get close to Druve at all. That's why Oro couldn't get close to Druve at all. Yuta was able to fight through the Shikigami, as we've seen him fight through the cursed spirits that were in Kenjaku's corpse. But let's not forget, Druve with prep time is pretty fucking insanely strong. Ishigori didn't interfere because Druve countered Yoro and Yoro countered him. Ishigori literally says verbatim, I was trying to get close to Druve. The only reason I was able to get close to Druve was because Yuta was distracting him. So Ishigori was trying to make moves on Druve and was slowly getting closer and closer inside of his orbiting domain, but he couldn't enter the domain until Druve was distracted enough with Yuta. So anyway, yeah, with prep time, I think the matchup's pretty strong. I just wanted to explain the matchup and explain why the duo is actually pretty OP. But yeah, I think Todo and Mahito pretty much got this, in the bag. I think Todo and Mahito are just able to get the win quicker than Kirara and Druve are able to set up. Although I see the potential in the tag team. Mahito can just one-shot and also has a domain expansion of his own, so... Mahito's a de facto win against most teams. Druve can actually counter him, but Todo can keep them jumping in and out of Druve's domain. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, without a doubt. Druve could actually be a pretty decent counter to Mahito. Maybe not to hit him at the soul level. But again, Druve could stay very, very far away from Mahito and just keep him away from him with the activating and appearing Shikigami. My duo was Toji and Megami, if you got that one. I don't know. It might be in here. It might not. I really can't promise. I have no idea. At this point, I don't even remember. 96%, 4%. Yeah, this is a close one. Oh yeah. I don't even think we need to really wait for this one to come about. I think we've pretty much solidified this one's kind of hook, line, and sinker here. Prep time goes hard. We were thank for the 2 chat, y'all. I thought y'all were logical and cultured. We can hope so. I think everyone's logical and cultured. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. The best thing about democracy. All right. Let me see the poll. Thank you. Oh, nope. Yeah, I think without a doubt, I don't think we need to go any further. It's well, it's not really half of the votes, but I think it's pretty clear. Even if they were to get another half, I don't think Kirara and Druve are winning this. I think the audience is pretty decided. Tiberius, thank you for the 2. You got my duo of Nagi, Yoshino, and myself. No, I can promise you that's not on there. If I had seen the community post, I've absolutely suggested Toto and Yaga or Toto and Mekamaru. Both are massively underrated and nasty combinations. Toto and Mekamaru were on there. They just didn't make the cut, unfortunately. But yeah, Toto and Yaga has potential too. Would chat want Wolverine powers? I could go without Wolverine powers. Give me Deadpool powers. So yeah, 67 votes. Toto and Mahito clear without a doubt. Yeah, I think Druve gets a bad rap, but I think Druve's curse technique is actually pretty OP. Toto and Mahito win. Up next, Nanami and Nobara versus Mahito and Jogo. I mean, yikes. I mean, do we really even need to explain this one? Do we really even need to explain this one? Mahito and Jogo is just insane. Mahito with the ability to only get hurt by the soul kind of has a similar effect to, you know, Hikari, where he can kind of go through fire and fight. You know, obviously Mahito can't do it as much as Hikari can. He doesn't have infinite cursed energy. Eventually Mahito would get burned out and die, but Mahito can be at least a little, you know, reckless in this matchup. Mahito can also shapeshift, which is insane. And Nanami and Nobara, I mean, Nanami could 7-3 attack Nobara's nails and send them flying to make really strong Black Flash attacks, probably. You know, Nanami can help Nobara scatter pins around to activate Hairpin, but yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, without a doubt, this is a pretty another, you know, instant win, but let's see what the people say, huh? We appreciate your efforts to even this. Yep, I try. I just want to make sure every duo gets their due of, like, explaining why I even decided to pick them, or why they were, you know, worthwhile, or I thought they were decent duos. We've Guru, thank you for the $2. Toto and Hikari and Kashimo and Toto go crazy. Those are two pretty big duos. I don't know. They might be on the list. I'm not sure. The fact both Nobara and Nanami died to Mahito, bro. I didn't even think about it like that. That is gnarly. They also both have domain expansions. That's a really good point. Did you pick these matchups or they're randomized? If you think I picked these matchups to be this one-sided, I'm very hesitant to know what your actual opinion of me is, because if you think I set some of these duos up like this, that would be wild. Matchup is literally canon, and we all know how this happened. Yeah, I mean, we've got 65 going on 70 votes, more than almost half the people that are on stream right now. And yeah, 86%, they're not coming back, I don't think. Mahito and Jogo is where it's at. I feel pretty comfortable calling that one, without a doubt. I think you hurt my feelings about that last dono. You know what you were doing. Did the randomizer even read the manga? Hey, listen, the Nanami Nobara team got shooters out there, okay? Mahito just stands in the meteor and laughs as it kills everyone as he reforms. Based. Yeah, I think that's pretty cut and dry. We can call that one. Yeah, Mahito and Jogo are definitely going to be moving on to the next round. Without a doubt. What's next? We've got Hikari and Ishigori Ryu versus Toto and Megumi. Now, this one... We've talked about Hikari before. Hikari's domain expansion makes him basically invincible. Auto regen, reverse curse technique, enhanced power, everything like that. Hikari is definitely very, very strong. Physically stronger than Megami, I would say for sure. Ishigori Ryu is also a very strong component, was able to throw hands with Yuta pretty neck and neck evenly, which is insane to say the least. Ishigori Ryu also has Granite Blast for long range support, so Ishigori Ryu can fire Granite Blasts from afar and not worry about hitting Hikari once Hikari hits Jackpot. Hikari also can fight pretty decently against Megami and Todo without Jackpot. Obviously, Toto's main advantage is the Vibra Slap swap with Boogie Woogie. Very strong in these duo matches. Very strong support, especially for a character like Megami, who has all of the different Shikigami that they can summon to also act as not only different swaps, but technically Megami and Todo can use their combined 530,000 IQ, potentially more, to set up crazy pinpoint attacks or pincer strikes with the Shikigami. You know, really do their best to take advantage of the situation and try and get one over on the two powerhouses that are Hikari and Ryu. Honestly, what it is it's two really strong, really overwhelming strength users. With Ishigori, who has the ability to, you know, cast really long range hyper beams, but also has a domain expansion. We don't know what it is, but also has a domain. Megami has his incomplete domain to help. Todo does indeed have simple domain, and Hikari does not land Jackpot and gain his immortality until he hits it, which can take a while, and he has to fight in between that whole time. So, what wins? Brains or brawn, guys? This is a pretty decent matchup, I think, compared to the last one. Curious to see what you guys think. Make sure if you haven't already, you hit that like button, guys. Got 140 viewers in chat. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I sincerely appreciate it. Liking helps the stream way more than you know. It only takes a second, and I really, 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 really thank you guys for stopping by. We get almost 100 people vote on the polls all the time, so I know we can get at least 100 people hitting that like button. The like button's only a little bit above the poll button, or maybe it's a little bit, you know, to the bottom left. Okay, Hikari Ishigori got the lead right now. This is not a decent matchup? What do you mean? Get some mods to be the judges next time. Listen, this is just a pre-run. We're definitely going to have some different judges going forward for the next couple of tournaments. Yeah, because I think what we'll do is we'll have like four votes. That way we'll have 4 different votes. You know, we'll have the 3 judges, and then we'll also have the poll in the end. So that way we can kind of have a majority rules, even more democracy. This is not a matchup at all. I think that's kind of I think that's kind of crazy. Stop swapping them. We already know left is top and right is bottom. When you switch them, it makes me vote for the wrong team accidentally. Look at what you're voting for, bro. Do you sign contracts without reading the fine print? Coming at me. I thought generally I thought I swapped something up. I was like, what are you talking about? Toto's using Boogie Woogie to try and win the poll. I'd be doing that for real. I think a lot of people are underestimating the fucking 50 swap in 1 second Boogie Woogie. You know what I mean? Ryu from Street Fighter? Yeah. Here's my thoughts. Next time we do this, you should have like one of those wheels we can add the ratio so we can roll to see if a character hits a black flash. If they hit, keep going until they don't land it. I mean, the thing is black flash I don't think is going to make a difference in a lot of these, you know, a lot of these, I think, matchups are pretty cut and dry, even without black flash, you know what I mean? Like, black flash I don't think is making a difference in any of these fights. I do kind of want to do something like that in regards to when we do the tournament. I'm thinking about a bunch of different ways to do the tournament, to make it like different fair, maybe add some different elements, like maybe something like that where like add like a potential black flash, add a potential, you know, domain expansion, simple domain stuff. I'm thinking about different stuff. Hey, Noop, what happened to the If You Know, You Know content? So I've been streaming every week. I've been streaming every week. If You Know, You Know content's still out there, but we have been unlisting the streams. And I'll be honest, I'm going to stop doing that. It was an experiment that we were trying with the channel. Didn't really work. And unfortunately, it made a lot of people unable to find a lot of the streams going forward. So it's more of a hassle than it is a help. So yeah, I'm just going to start leaving the lives up again. So this live is going to be up after, you know, it's over, so you can watch the VOD. You don't have to go to my channel and search to find it. So I'm going to stop doing that. I'm just going to unlist the, you know, VODs over time as they just become less relevant. Like when we're on chapter 270, we don't need chapter 258, you know, but you get it. Referring to the VOD content, yeah, if you go to the channel, you go to Stream VODs, the Stream VOD playlist. It should have all the unlisted streams on there. So you could check all the old ones. 265 is on there. There was another cool stream I did with Quirkless and Quirkless and Tiberius. It's 1,000 slaps in a second, not 50. I don't think it was 1,000. I'm pretty sure it was 50 slaps. 1,000 would be crazy. So 81 votes. Yeah, 70%. Hikari and Ishigori over Toto and Megami. Yeah. Maharaga has to be banned. It's death for everyone. Yeah, I think Maharaga can be considered his own character at this point. So I'm not going to give a W for Megami just sacrificing himself and winning. So yeah, without a doubt, 71% to 29%. Hikari and Ishigori win the poll. Coming in strong. Up next, Takaba and Kenjaku versus Toto and Reggie. Oof. That's a mismatch, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a big yikes. Takaba and Kenjaku, the duo that never was. Kenjaku with all his different curse spirits, anti-gravity, his just base power alone. Takaba with reality manipulation. Kenjaku being able to actually use Takaba to the best of his ability because Kenjaku is the perfect straight man to Takaba's comedian. Kenjaku's the perfect partner, so Kenjaku can kind of guide Takaba along certain jokes to get specific outcomes without Takaba without impacting Takaba's curse technique power. Literally, like this might be a perfect duo up against Toto and Reggie. Toto with the Vibra Slap, you know, swaps are pretty powerful, and Reggie with a different curse receipts, being able to summon different things. I mean, imagine if Toto and Reggie are fucking swapping between different Mack trucks and you get thrown right in front of a Mack truck. Reggie summons 2 Mack trucks, Toto throws a rock in front of it and smacks you in front of it to get hit, you know? Toto and Reggie has potential as a tag team. They do not have potential as a tag team against Takaba and Kenjaku. It's pretty cut and dry here. I mean, I'll put it to a poll for the sake of, you know, fairness, but I think I can already tell you how this is going to go. Maybe limit how many times the character pops out. What do you think of that? Yes, 100%. This prelim run is mainly to see who is OP and who needs to become limited and who doesn't. You'll see two characters are shining right now. Toto and Higuruma. Two really, really, really big support characters that everyone is picking for their matchups. So those people are going to have to be limited. Mahito is going to definitely need to be limited. Jogo might need to be limited a little bit. Geto Kenjaku might need to be limited a little bit. Why not use the randomizer wheel for this? Because that adds so much more time watching the wheel spin, as opposed to just having this tournament bracket do the matchups for me. So much easier in my opinion. It's essentially the same thing. I do want to introduce the wheel, but in a different way than just making the matchups. This is the easiest way to make the matchups by far. Chat summary knows what's up. Good lord. Ban Kenjaku. He's a special grade among special grades who need to be cheated to beat him. Yeah, I'm probably gonna ban Kenjaku and Geto. I tried to add them because I thought maybe it would be okay, but doesn't seem to be the case. They're pretty OP. Hikari is probably gonna be limited. Yuta's banned. Yuta's not on. Yuta was banned from the get-go. Every special grade except Geto and Kenjaku were banned. The wheel to see if Black Flash happens or things like that. Yeah, I mean, again, I want to incorporate things like that. I just don't think, like, the wheel to see if a Black Flash happens. Like, I don't think any of these matchups are that close where, like, a Black Flash is going to determine the outcome. But, again, I could be incorrect. I want to incorporate stuff like that, but this is just, we'll see how it goes. You should do this with other series like Chainsaw Man. I'd be happy to. I just don't think Chainsaw Man has that many characters. Maybe they do and I'm wrong. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of series we could do this with. So ban Takaba. Takaba I think should just be limited. Takaba could just be limited because if Takaba goes up against someone with a domain, again, I mean, we saw them almost lose, right? Against Yuji and Angel. Yuji and Angel beat Takaba, so Takaba is losable. Takaba can't even kill, so you also need a character that would be able to finish the job like Kenjaku. Takaba and Kenjaku might be a little tough, but yeah. 97%. Damn, do I even need to, like, consider anything else? I mean, yeah, that's pretty cut and dry. They're not coming back. Yeah. Red team wins. Again, this is just the preseason. Does Takaba even allow the other fighters to open their domain? No, it most likely not. But the thing is Takaba's reality comedian, it kind of goes up in level, right? Like, it's not like Takaba immediately controls reality and then just is full on overwhelming. Remember, Takaba is unaware of what his curse technique actually does. Takaba is literally a useful idiot. We have to remember that. So, like, Takaba isn't entering the fight and you're immediately downsided. You can't domain or win whatsoever. Like, if you domain instantly against Takaba, you can win. Whereas if you fight with Takaba for 5-10 minutes and let him build momentum up, you're probably not doing much. Now, Ishigori and Toto versus Yuji and Inumaki. Now, Ishigori is a great partner for Todo because Todo is able to swap a very strong character just like Yuji. So imagine this is literally Yuji and Todo Duo 2.0, but Yuji is able to fire giant hyper beams from his fucking head and also activate domain expansion if necessary. Now, Yuji is very strong. Yuji would most likely probably be able to fight pretty decently neck and neck up against Ishigori. Like, I think Yuji and Ishigori could throw hands. And I also think Yuji could probably tank a Granite Blast. Maybe not tank 2 or 3 of them, but Yuji could definitely tank a Granite Blast. Now, Yuji and Inumaki are definitely at the disadvantage here due to Todo's Boogie Woogie. However, Inumaki with Cursed Speech, even if bro is fully disoriented and can't tell what's going on, Inumaki can literally just go stop no matter what point in the roulette they're in, and everyone that hears this is cooked. And Todo, to activate Boogie Woogie and everything like that, is probably not going to be able to cover his ears and everything like that. Now, granted, Inumaki, starting off the fight, is not going to be able to use Cursed Speech up front as long as Ishigori and Todo are blocking their ears. They have to disable it to land. So Ishigori has to disable his ear blockage to use Granite Blast. Todo has to disable his ear blockage to use Boogie Woogie. So even though they can block Cursed Speech, they can't put a pretty strong offense up against Yuji and Inumaki without it. Granted, Ishigori and Todo could probably beat the shit out of Inumaki without their, curse techniques. But Yuji is the actual problem here. Yuji has a domain expansion. Granted, Ishigori could probably counter with his own domain expansion. Again, I give on one side, we don't know what Yuji's domain expansion is, so we don't know if it can be overwhelmed or stopped or if it's even a lethal domain. And 2, we don't know what Ishigori's domain expansion is. And also, Yuji's domain expansion was fast enough to catch Sukuna off guard, so it's possible it's faster than whatever Ishigori can lay out. Couldn't Todo swap the Granite Blast to make it hit Yuji? I don't know if Todo can just actually swap. I don't know what swapping a beam of pure energy looks like. I don't know what that looks like. Inumaki just tells Todo to break his Vibra Slap. You've got it. This is a decent matchup, all things considered. Yuji's pulling a lot of weight in this one, but Inumaki's Cursed Speech, it could be pretty deadly considering, again, while they can block it at first, if they want to put up a really good defense against Yuji, they're going to need to lower their guard. And as long as Yuji protects Inumaki, let's put it to the poll. I'll take this time to weigh in on the Kenjaku not using his domain expansion. My argument with that, and again, has completely everything to do with why you can't let Takaba build momentum and take full control of everything, and why you need to use domain on the spot against Takaba, is because Takaba, because he can affect your mind to the point that you literally are going to, you're going to feel like literally, what's the word I'm looking for? You're going to get lost in the immersion of the simulation. That's why Kenjaku didn't activate domain expansion. I don't think Takaba was able to activate a domain because he was literally forgetting he was fighting. He was literally completely, he was lost in the sauce. Who wins? Ishigori and Todo over Yuji and Inumaki. Get your votes in now, guys. Get your votes in now. It's looking pretty close, actually, but Ishigori and Toto are gaining some momentum. You all have to imagine, yes, a lot of people are mentioning it. Inumaki does have recoil from using cursed speech, so we can't just use cursed speech all willy-nilly. Yuji can soul dismantle Ishigori and disrupt him. That's also a big mention as well. But Inumaki has recorders. Inumaki still takes damage from using the recorders, by the way. Inumaki just takes the damage after the fact. Once the cursed speech makes its target, Inumaki's throat takes the recoil, even if it's on a recorder. All right. We've got 61 votes. Yuji could dismantle Ryu like Sukuna did. I don't think he can dismantle Ryu exactly like Sukuna did. Soul Dismantle is pretty effective against Ishigori, but I don't think Yuji would just be able to take care of Ishigori as quickly as Sukuna did. Don't think he's at that level of dismantle control yet. Get your votes in, guys. I'm going to call it one more minute. We've got over half the votes. We need more. If you want Yuji or Inumaki to win or Ishigori and Toto, what's the W? Let me know. Last minute. Get your votes in, guys. 121 people in chat, only 65 votes. Let me see the votes. Let your opinion be heard. Five seconds. Yuji's dismantle is similar in power to Sukuna. He just can't use it at range or use AoE style attacks Sukuna pulled off. I would also argue against that as well. I mean, at most, Yuji's been known to, like, take down walls with dismantle. My bro Sukuna is literally demolishing entire buildings with his dismantle attacks. Like, you see that giant fucking chanted dismantle that Sukuna summons against Maki that she pole vaults over? Like, I would completely even argue against that as well. I don't think Yuji's dismantle is anywhere near as Sukuna's dismantle. But yeah, 73 votes. The polls are in. Ishigori and Toto for sure get the win. 56% to 44%. Yuji has to touch Ryu to use the dismantle. Exactly. That's also a major downside as well. Ishigori and Toto, let's go, baby. They surpass. Up next, Wee Wee and Paper Bag Guy versus Geto and Rika. Oh my god, these matchups are terrible. These randomized matchups are so bad. They didn't stand a chance. They didn't stand a chance. I think everyone already knows what this poll's gonna be, so I'll start it now. So listen. Let me speak my truth before we give the win to Geto and Rika here. Obviously, Wee Wee and Paper Bag Guy are not doing anything against Geto and Rika. Rika is probably taking both of these guys on their own, even without Geto. Wee Wee and Paper Bad Guy, actually pretty decent, you know, pretty decent matchup. It probably would be better as Toto and Paper Bad Guy, but Wee Wee being able to teleport all the different clones of Paper Bad Guy. Paper Bad Guy's curse technique is actually OP. Paper Bad Guy's curse technique is insane. Imagine Wee Wee teleporting the different clones in and out of the fight and being able to fight someone, you know, taking advantage of the overwhelming numbers. Like, if Wee Wee and Paper Bad Guy were to go up against, like, Nanami and Nobara, reasonable. That's because Yuji has to cut specific outlines of his targets, unlike Sukuna. Sukuna can also rapid fire and cleave through the entire building. Yuji's only cuts what he wants to. So exactly, Sukuna's stronger. I appreciate you confirming that. Let's go. Mei and Toto on here, or Miguel and Toji. You're gonna have to stick out here. You're gonna have to stick out. I put exactly 32, so every matchup's getting done. But yeah, Paper Bad Guy, underrated curse technique. But yeah, 62 votes. Geto and Rika. 77% Geto and Rika. 23% Wee Wee and Paper Bad Guy. The Wee Wee and Paper Bad Guy got the underdog votes going strong. But yeah, I think it's pretty cut and dry here. Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Yeah, this is a rough one. This is definitely a rough one. Yeah, 63 votes, 78% Geto and Rika, 22% Wee Wee Paper Bad Guy. I think it's pretty clear that Geto and Rika win. Paper Bad Guy was only using 1% of his power. If Kenjaku or Yuta had Paper Bag Man's head, Paper Bag Man's curse technique would break the verse. Yeah, it would definitely be pretty OP. That's for sure. Yeah, Geto and Rika move on. All right. This is Adult Geto or Teen Geto. Was peak Geto. It was regular Geto. I just used the picture of Teen Geto because it was pretty. It was more obvious that it was Geto as opposed to, you know, Kenjaku. Yuji and Yoro versus Miguel and Kashimo. Now, this is a really, really good matchup, in my opinion. For all the shitty ones that we got and all the mismatches, this was a big one for sure. This was definitely a big one, in my opinion. So, let me explain the duos before I put the poll out there. Miguel and Kashimo. Now, Miguel is a character that was, you know, glazed up by Gojo. He's supposed to be very strong physically. He was able to endure a long period of time fighting Gojo and not really taking much damage. He was able to easily dodge dismantle attacks, no problem. And Gojo even gave Miguel the glaze that while Gojo probably wins the sprint, Miguel would maybe win the marathon. So, and that's because Miguel's curse technique is very OP. Not only does it, and I'm pretty sure not only does it inspire him with buffs, it also gives his party buffs, if I'm not mistaken, right? Literally like an RPG character for support. If I'm Miguel can expel curses and strengthen his physical abilities, to allow him to buff himself and debuff his opponents. Okay, so he can't buff Kashimo or anything, but he can debuff Yuji and Yoro. So he can literally make Yuji less strong, less durable. He can make Yoro less strong, less durable. Which is gonna put him at a huge advantage. If he's swinging, you know, on an equal level with Yuji and Yoro, at least hand-to-hand wise. Kashimo is a pretty strong fucking character when it comes to, you know, hand-to-hand and close quarters combat, on top of the fact that Kashimo, even if you don't give him his curse technique, Kashimo has his lightning bolt mark with the can't sure hit attack without use of a domain. You have two characters that can do pretty heavy things with their cursed abilities without requirements for a domain. So not only is Miguel debuffing Yuji and Yoro, adding to his own power in the matchup, Kashimo can fight pretty decently on his own, as well as mark characters like Yuji or potentially Yoro if he gets one over on her and hit them with a lightning bolt that's going to do severe damage to them. Now, obviously, the benefits are, you know, Yuji is Yuji. He's a Black Flash merchant. He's got the domain expansion. Even though it's pretty much confirmed Kashimo has Hollow Wicker Basket, while we never see Miguel use Simple Domain, we could assume he probably does have Simple Domain, even if he doesn't. We don't know what Yuji's domain is, so we can't really call it a win con. And Yoro is very strong. Yoro has her own domain expansion. We don't know what it is, but Yoro's Sky Manipulation is pretty OP. It's like the Limitless Light, where it's very hard to hit Yoro, very hard to get real damage on her because she's able to turn the, you know, the sky into a surface. Rebound curse techniques, redirect different attacks. She could redirect Kashimo's lightning bolt. Although I'm not sure if she could, because wouldn't it just trace its way back to the negative mark? Even if she changed the trajectory of the lightning bolt, wouldn't the lightning bolt just course correct on its own because it's following its way to the mark? It's a short hit attack. So lightning bolt probably couldn't be redirected. If anything, it would definitely still be, it's like a short hit attack. So if Kashimo can mark Yoro or Yuji, it can't be deflected. But Sky Manipulation is still pretty strong on its own. I don't think Yoro can, I would argue the lightning bolt wouldn't get deflected or redirected because it's just following a path to the mark. So I don't know if it would, get redirected. She could probably block it. Like, she could probably put the surface up in front of it and have the lightning bolt smash against that. Kashimo's not using his curse technique, no. I don't know if Miguel doesn't need to have Black Whip, but sure, you could give him Black Whip. Just more reason to debuff his opponents, could potentially, you know, stop Sky Manipulation. If Miguel has, you know, Black Rope, it definitely makes things easier for them. Do I think Yoro's fast enough to block the lightning bolt? Arguable, but I mean, if they're fighting on the same level as Yuta's fighting on the same level somewhat as Sukuna, I would imagine Yoro would at the very least be able to react to it, similar to Hikari. Maybe not full on get out of the way, but at least go, oh, and throw something up real quick to just barely block it. Like, I would at least give Yoro that glaze. You could argue with me. You could argue with me and say that they're not, but I think if Yoro is able to fight on par with Yuta, they've got to at least be in the third, 1/3 of lightning speed, everything like that. Yuji beats base Kashimo pretty easily. Well, that's a take. That's a take. I think they'd have a really good fight. I would argue Kashimo would probably win, though. I guess Yuji having the soul attacks, you could argue that the soul attacks would probably hurt Kashimo more than Kashimo would hurt Yuji, but I think Yuji has the advantage, but Kashimo is a pretty good fight for Yuji. I would say that's a high diff fight for the both of them. I don't think it's an easy matchup at all. Let's see, guys. Who wins this matchup? This one might be pretty close, or, you know, you might be, you know, pretty biased on one side. I'd love to see. Interested to see. Yuji and Yoro catching a lead very quickly. You also have to remember, guys, Yuji and Yoro aren't doing as much damage because Miguel is debuffing their attacks. Remember, so even though Yuji is hitting with the Soul Dismantle and Soul Punch, it's not hitting as strong as it normally would because Yuji is debuffed. Yuji's way stronger than Hikari, so I don't see Kashimo getting a win since Yuji has RCT. Again, Yuji being stronger than Hikari is a take. That only happens if Miguel can pull it off. I mean, from the looks of Miguel's curse technique, doesn't take much at all for his curse technique to go out. As long as he hits that dance, he immediately strengthens his own abilities and debuffs the others without the use of a domain. It's sure hit. So, as long as he dances, and Miguel's pretty agile. Can they even touch Kashimo without getting shocked? That's also a really good point. Every hit from Kashimo is basically an electrified hit. So, Yuji's also taking lightning damage just from pure base attack. I'm interested just reading everyone's opinions. But yeah, 62% Yuji Yoro, 38%. Yuji being stronger than Hikari is a take. I'll say they're around the same level is all I say. Yeah, I'd say physically, strength-wise, they're probably similar in level. I wouldn't say Yuji's stronger than Hikari, probably. I don't think I would agree with that. What do you think will be Yuji's domain sure hit? Thank you for the 10, Loud Gaming. First of all, I appreciate all your support this stream. I honestly, I really don't know what his domain expansion could be. It could just be basic Soul Dismantle. It could be something entirely different. It could be like Reaper Death Seal from Naruto, where like he seals Sukuna into the Shadow Realm or the Cursed Realm or something. I know everyone thinks it's Soul Dismantles. It's possible. It's pretty likely it's Soul Dismantles, but we don't know for sure. So we got 63 votes coming in. Let's get your votes in, guys. Come on, come on. Let's go for one more minute. Let's go for one more minute for this poll. 58% Yuji and Yoro, 42% Miguel and Kashimo. Yuji scales a lot higher than Hikari because of his Sukuna fight. I just disagree with that. I don't think so. I think Hikari, if Hikari was throwing hands, I think Hikari would throw hands with the Sukuna just as well. You know, especially if he was in Jackpot. I think Hikari would be throwing hands with the Sukuna just as well. All right, so the minute has passed. Who wins, Miguel or Kashimo or Yuji and Yoro? Looks like the people have spoken. Pretty close, all things considered at the end, with 72 votes in. Pretty close, 73, 56% Yuji Yoro, 44% Miguel Kashimo. Pretty close. Yuji's a bit overglazed, to be honest. I mean, he's the main character. He's also up right now. I agree. I think Yuji, while Yuji deserves a lot of praise, I think we need to go no further than the Yuji special grade, you know, conversation we had earlier to see that Yuji does get a little bit of, you know, Yuji's definitely in that in-between grade 1 special grade level. Wouldn't call him top 5. Definitely wouldn't give Yuji top 5. Unless his domain expansion proves me wrong, which it might. %, Yuji and Yoro. Yuji and Yoro for sure win. That was close. That was close indeed. All right, we've got Miguel and Toji versus Todo and Hikari. So, we kind of just described Miguel's big appeal in duo matches. Miguel is able to buff himself, debuff his opponent after doing the dance. Now, Toji is already a very buffed person on his own. He's a very strong opponent. So, literally, this is very much a very similar duo to Miguel and Kashimo. Toji just has, you know, better inventory. He's got the Soul Split Katana. He's got Playful Cloud if you give him that. He's also got Inverted Spear of Heaven if we're using peak, you know, best, you know, Toji. However, Todo and Hikari. Todo and Hikari are very OP in a sense that Todo, you get the Boogie Woogie onslaught, but you also add on Hikari's jackpot, Hikari's domain expansion. If Hikari activates his domain, gets Miguel involved, Todo can literally just swap Miguel completely until Hikari can land jackpot. Problem is that throws a huge wrench in all of that. Toji, the Invisible Man, can completely be invisible to Hikari's domain expansion and just kill them inside of the domain and pop in and ignore the condition and just fight. You know, like, Toji is a hard counter to the jackpot. But let's see what this one's a little bit more straightforward, honestly, of a fight. I mean, the Boogie Woogie Hikari team up, very similar to Boogie Woogie with Todo and Yuji. Just now, Todo has the immortal Hikari to swap back and forth. Inverted Spear of Heaven also disrupts jackpot, could potentially disrupt Boogie Woogie. There's reasons for each, you know, version to win, but let's see what the people are saying. Oh. Toji gets all of the same benefits over Hikari that Maki did. Soul Split Katana can disrupt jackpot. And again, it's hard to even get jackpot on a character like Toji. So. And it's looking like a lot of people feel the same. Yeah, 90%. 90% Miguel Toji, 10% Hikari Todo. We're only at 43 votes. We still got plenty more people to get their vote in. Definitely let us know what you feel. Miguel and Toji are kind of stomping right now. So if you are a stan of Hikari and Todo, if you think they actually win this matchup, speak your piece. This is your chance to vote right now. Toji gonna cut off the Vibra Slap and then play with it? Do we give Toji and Maki all their weapons in these matchups? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yeah, good point. Toji can't exactly be swapped, so that's also a huge thing into play as well. So Boogie Woogie kind of falls short of swapping Toji in and out of places. Effectively useless. All right, we're almost at half of the viewership right now for votes. And yeah, it's looking like a sweep. It's looking like a dead sweep. 81% to 19%. Miguel's debuffs also negatively impact Hikari and Todo. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. 30 seconds left on this vote, guys. 30 seconds left on this vote. And it's coming. This is the end, guys. Poll done. Yep, Miguel Toji, move on. Miguel and Toji, move on. All right, one of the very last matchups in the first round. Hazanoki and Rin Amai versus LaRue and Angel. And yeah, this is the ugliest round you've seen? Really? This is the ugliest round you've seen? I think there are a lot worse. What is this duo? This is gross? What do you mean? Do you guys not like the Hazanoki Rin Amai team up? Seems pretty... I mean, sure, they're not really going good against LaRue and Angel. They're definitely not going to do well against LaRue and Angel, but Hazanoki and Rin Amai could actually do pretty decently well. Rin Amai's sugar curse technique that helps brains stay effective and basically mimic the efficiency of, like, basically being permanently refueled. Hazanoki would literally never run out of curse energy and just be able to buff his attacks and buff his reverse curse technique, his explosions, and everything. Now, obviously, LaRue and Angel are a pretty decent team. All LaRue has to do is just love-struck Hazanoki and completely freeze him in time, and then Angel Jacob's ladder, and he's cooked. No op, ... stop. The whole point of this is to explain the duos. What do you mean? It's literally a good duo. I think you guys are too judgmental. Hazanoki and Rin Amai, good duo. Up against LaRue and Angel, probably not. But I think you guys are a little mean on some of these duos. Some of these duos are super OP. But yeah, LaRue and Angel cooks, in my honest opinion. Just because, again, LaRue can just hold the main threat, Hazanoki, in place, and LaRue and Angel take care of it. Come on, bro, this is a sweep. I'm admitting to you, this is a sweep. I'm completely full on. I don't know how many other languages I could speak. I just like the matchup. Let me glaze the matchup. Please, Lord. Lord Almighty. Give credit where credit is due. What is LaRue's ability? LaRue can summon a big giant hand to grab people. He can also, once he catches people, he can love struck them, which basically forces them to hold all their attention on LaRue and stun lock them, which gives plenty of time for Angel to counteract Jacob's ladder and literally just yeet Hazanoki back into the timeline that he came from. And Rin Amai is Rin Amai. He's not helping. He's not helping at all. Angel is a bum. Angel is indeed a bum, but in this instance, when LaRue can hold their opponent down and Rin's not going to do anything to stop him from doing it, this is the best time Angel can come in and help, honestly. But yeah, the reverse curse technique teams have failed every single attempt. Hazanoki and Shoko, Hazanoki and Rin. Yeah. Speaking of bums, no wonder Hana fell for Megami. Damn. Damn. Get your vote in now, guys. Get your vote in. Hana could probably still fuck this up. I love it. We've got almost 50 votes coming in. We've got 122 people in chat, guys. Get your opinion, get it out there. I mean, it's pretty clear who's winning, but let's make sure, let's make it fair. Let's at least get half of the viewership in here. 92% LaRue and Angel are coming away with this victory. It seems like it's pretty cut and dry here, but you know, you never know. Things could turn around. All I want everyone to know is that this tag team is viable, okay? That's all I want everyone to know. Rin keeps Hazanoki's reverse curse technique fresh, just like Shoko's. 2v1 and the match didn't even start. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we've got almost half the chat right now. 91% LaRue and Angel, 9% Hazunoki and Rinamai, 11%. Yeah, I really don't think we have a chance to turn this around. I think LaRue and Angel are proceeding to the next round. Congrats to them. What's my favorite anime? Attack on Titan, baby. Attack on Titan or Code Geass. All right, and the final matchup of round 1. Hikari and Kirara versus Todo and Mei Mei. Hikari and Kirara is definitely a duo I would have loved to have seen. Hikari and Kirara again with Love Rendezvous can be pretty fucking strong, especially when you consider that they can literally set up the curse marks inside of Hikari's domain and just let Hikari continuously roll for jackpot once he sets up, and Todo and Mei Mei can't get anywhere near them to do anything about it without following the sequence. Todo could probably figure out the sequence. He's smart enough to do it. Now, the bird strike swaps, as everyone is discussing, is the main appeal of the Todo and Mei Mei team. I mean, super viable. I mean, just think about it. One bird strike was enough to make Sukuna dodge and enough to take out an entire special grade Curse Spirit in one shot. So if it's even harder to dodge it, let alone if Mei Mei comes with like 50 crows and they're all getting swapped back and forth between a bunch of different things, and Hikari and Kirara are just getting swapped into bird strike after bird strike. I mean, one bird strike is killing Kirara. I don't think I have to argue that. Now, multiple bird strikes might be necessary to take out Hikari. If Hikari's in jackpot, bird strike might not take Hikari out. But again, it all comes down to if Kirara is able to set up Love Rendezvous before Mei Mei is able to get in a good position to swap bird strike them into oblivion, this fight really could go either way, because once Kirara sets up, they're kind of cooked until Todo figures out the puzzle, and it might be too late, because if Hikari sets up by that point with jackpot, he's immortal. He can come back from bird strike and fight Todo, and he definitely can beat Mei Mei. Todo boogie woogie swapping with Todo would be pretty tough, but Hikari is definitely in the advantage there. So I'm interested to see what you guys think about this. Who wins? Hikari and Kirara versus Todo and Mei Mei. The last match of round 1. The final contender to make it to round 2. How many birds can Mei Mei have? I mean, she's able to cover the entirety of the Shinjuku incident and broadcast to a bunch of people in Japan, so I imagine a lot. I don't think Mei Mei has really a limit. Do we think a single hit from bird strike will make Hikari unable to keep his domain together because of the damage? Well, the thing is I think if Kirara is able to set up Love Rendezvous once Hikari gets in domain expansion, they don't have to worry about getting hit by bird strike. Hikari can jackpot and then go as he sees fit. The issue is if Mei Mei hits Hikari before jackpot sets up. Because if Hikari gets hit before jackpot, he might not come back from that. But I think once Hikari and Kirara set up, they're untouchable here. Mei Mei does not come with Wee Wee in this one, no. If Bro could react to lightning, he could probably react to a swap. Absolutely not. The Vibra Slap swap, the regular Boogie Woogie swap, yeah, Hikari probably could have reacted to it. The Vibra Slap swap, it moves way, is incoherent even at lightning speed. The Vibra Slap swap is basically almost sub-relativistic. You would literally need sub-relativistic perception. Like, you'd have to be a DBZ character, almost. You know what I mean? Moving at DBZ speed to actually react and keep up with Vibra Slap swap. Remember, it was even too much for Sukuna to keep track of. Kirara has to touch the birds to make them follow the path? No. Kirara literally has to just place her mark on place their mark on the ground, and then place another mark on the ground 5 feet over there, and they've already laid out the start of Love Rendezvous. Kirara doesn't have to touch the people to make them follow the path. They have to touch the objects to make them a part of the mark. Kirara can also touch the birds. Kirara can touch Todo or Mei, but I think with the swap, it's moving too fast for them to mark. She's limited to 5 stars, so she gets cooked anyway. No, she's not. She's not limited to 5 stars. She's limited to multiple stars. There's just 5 types of them. They can make 1,500, you know, Atrox or whatever the constellation is, stars, but there's only 5 different types of them. She has to touch their cursed energy. No, they don't. They don't. Kirara does not have to touch a person's cursed energy. It's the reason why Kirara was the perfect security guard, because Kirara was able to just put a mark on the security door, and literally, even though Panda and Yuji were never in contact with Kirara, that's it. You know, they can't go in that door specifically because Kirara marked it, even before they ever met up. So, yeah. Kirara's curse technique is insanely good, which is why I think it was crazy that y'all voted against the Kirara-Todo team-up, which I'm starting to see now that a lot of people don't remember how Kirara's curse technique works completely. That may have been the case. If they mark Mei the birds they manipulate have to follow the path. No, they don't have to. No, Kirara doesn't have to mark Mei. Kirara just has to literally mark 2 points on the ground. And then everything in the vicinity has to abide by the rule. One person using simple domain can protect someone else, right? So Todo can just protect Mei while she bombs the shell. What the fuck will Todo and Mei do then? You see, this is kind of what I was talking about when we were talking about when I was talking about Todo and Kirara. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do if Kirara gets set up. That's to mark you? No, they don't have to mark you. That is false information and incorrect. They can mark you if they want to make things even crazier with Love Rendezvous, but absolutely not. I just think Mei and Todo are smart enough to figure it out. I think Todo's probably could IQ his way into figuring out. I'm not doubting that for sure. Can Kirara place a mark on Hikari's body? Yep. 100%. How did a Todo-Kirara duo lose? What the fuck? Thank you. That was my point. Because if you can just continually make all of these different marks everywhere that people have to abide by, no matter what, and then you literally just can swap people in between and completely jumble up the stars over and over again, what is anyone going to do? Please go back to the chapter. The curse technique only works on marked targets. All right. Just remember, you made me do this. We could have left this alone. We didn't have to. We didn't have to go this route and prove the entire chat wrong. but that's okay. You wanted me to go back and find the exact panel that it happens, and that's okay. I will. I 100% will. I have no problem doing that because I can promise you more than anything. Where is the chapter where Panda explains it? Chapter 154. Okay. Okay. So, real quick. We'll go real quick. I'm not going to go over long. Okay. So, this is Panda talking to Fushiguro here. I know where Hikari is. He's always in the monitor room on the roof, but I can't get close. Why not? It doesn't matter if I walk toward the door or run. I never end up getting any closer. It feels sort of like Satoru's curse technique. It's probably Kirara's curse technique, but I'm not sure. Does that phenomenon only occur when Kirara is in the monitor room? I don't know. Hikari and Kirara are never apart. Again, neither Panda or Megami have been marked by a star at this point. Neither of them have been marked by a star at this point. Just want to remind us of this, and it's already stopping Panda from getting closer to the door. So, you know, I didn't want to do this, but Kirara marked the door, and that was that. Toto grabs a rock, throws it far away in the air filled with cursed energy, then swap with Kirara. Kirara would then fall to their death or break their bones, and then they would be taken out. See, that's the problem, though, is because if Kirara is set up, once the sequence of Love Rendezvous is set up, that rock wouldn't be able to just be thrown at Kirara. Because let's say, for example, here, I'm gonna ride for Kirara here. I'm gonna spend much more time than I need to here. So, let's say this is Kirara. This is Toto. You can tell by the man bun and the, the muscles. So Toto wants to boogie woogie. Toto wants to throw a rock, right? And that rock wants to go at Kirara. The problem is Kirara has a star here for A, a star here for B, and then a star here for C. So Toto literally can't throw the rock at Kirara because the rock would immediately go towards this, and that's it. Toto would have to throw the rock here, have the rock change trajectory, go here, have the rock change trajectory again, go here, and then go to Kirara, and then swap. Which is just not happening. Toto would have to, this is the only way that Kirara can be hit. You have to go from point A, B, C to Kirara. That's literally the only way you can do it. Kirara doesn't need, now, if, let's say, for example, if Kirara was to mark Toto with a star, let's say Toto got marked with star C, right? Let's see, Toto was marked with star C. B, D, A. So now Toto is marked with C. So Toto is immediately going to be pulled away from A, and the only two marks that Toto will be able to go to are B and C. But you see where the problem is in order to get to D, Toto has to pass through A. That's literally not physically possible. In order to actually go and get to Kirara, Toto would have to go from C, somehow go to B, then go to A, then to Kirara, or vice versa. Does that make sense? So we understand why Love Rendezvous is actually insanely OP. reread the question, and it doesn't. I mean, the question's not even important. What's important is the example. The example how the curse technique works. Even if you were to throw the rock away and as high up into the air as possible, I don't think that would work because that would immediately go against what's been set up in all of the stars. So let's say, for example, if Toto threw the rock all the way up there, what would happen then? Kirara is very high up in the air. The thing is if Kirara then marks themselves with a star, it doesn't matter. Nothing can hit them. Everything. Let's say they mark with D, and then marks everything that Toto comes out with a B. You know. I just don't think it's a problem. Could Toto swap the marked object? It depends on what the marked object is, I guess, right? I mean, if you mark a door, I don't know if Toto can swap the door. It also depends. Again, it has to follow the. It would have to follow the stars, because if Toto swapped the door outside of the stars range, it would get pulled or pushed back into whatever place it needed to. Didn't Sukuna still get to Wee despite Kirara's curse technique? He didn't even devise a plan or anything. I don't think Kirara even used their curse technique in the Sukuna fight whatsoever. We've got 75 votes here. This is clearly a very interesting discussion. Kirara, very underrated. Some would say stolen. Had one of their matches stolen from them. Why was she with Wee Wee then? What has she been doing? I mean, what did you expect Wee Wee to carry Higuruma's dead corpse to wherever they needed to go? You expected the 8-year-old to carry Higuruma's dead body? Kirara says in 156, curse techniques, curse energy, and later in that chapter, they says they have to physically interact with only the stars are attracted to each other. Yes, Tiberius. Yes, this is what they have to mark the stars, but the stars are universal. Once the stars are marked, you are bound by the stars. You do not have to be marked to interact with the stars' force. You can be marked, but that doesn't matter. Kirara has to make physical contact with the things that they mark. Yes, but all Kirara has to do is mark this one's D, this one's C, and this one's A, and they've already created a convoluted segment. We're getting stun locked on this pretty hard, on Kirara's curse technique. I think fundamentally it's a very interesting conversation to have. And again, even if Toto can swap Kirara regardless of the curse technique, all Kirara has to do is mark themselves and they will immediately get pulled back into safety into another star. So let's say they literally connect a star and then they can get pulled to themselves, and they get pulled to whatever star is necessary that may bring them to safety. Because again, Kirara can mark themselves with whatever star they need to. So Toto could teleport all the marked objects together to mark a clear path, since they would repel and attract accordingly. It's a possibility. But yeah, I mean, long story short, enough of that stun lock. We've got 79 votes in, giving Toto and Mei the win on this fight. So this was definitely the longest match, but I just wanted to make sure everyone understood Kirara's curse technique. I'm not revoting the previous... I'm not revoting the previous matchup. It's gone. It's over. It's lost. Again, this is just preseason, just preliminary matchups. We don't need to take this too seriously. This is just to see how a lot of these tourneys would go. We'll have the real tournament later. Anyway, the winner was Todo and Meme. Not even that Kirara and Hikari were the best matchup. My real problem was with Todo and Kirara not getting the W. That's like one of the best duos to ever exist. And I can't believe they lost because we forgot Kirara's curse technique. This is crazy. Ban Kirara? We might have to. They might have to be limited. All right, so we have the second round, guys. We've made it to the second round here. Rounds of 16. We've got 8 matchups here. These are all the people that have made it. And funnily enough, we get the team. This should have been Kirara and Todo. They lack firepower, no op. That's why people lack faith in Kirara and Todo. I mean, again, with proper setup, especially with Todo swapping cursed objects, you can literally create a scenario where you put mark A on the floor, mark C on the person, and then put B in between, and then you literally have Todo swap them high up into the air, like you guys said how we can do for Todo, and then the gravitational pull rips them back down to the floor, and they get smushed like a pancake against the floor. So, Megami and Geto versus LaRue and Angel. The glory of all of this is we have literally talked to death about every single one of these matchups, so we know what every single one of these duos is capable of. So we can get right into the poll. We won't waste any time. Geto and Megami fucking, you know, spawning a bunch of Curse Spirits and Shikigami up against LaRue and Angel. Now, LaRue and Angel, LaRue's definitely cooked. LaRue's not offering much help with the hand curse technique or, you know, taking attention away from Megami or Geto because the Shikigami and Curse Spirits can act independently. Angel has, you know, area of effect Jacob's Ladder that can take up the entire battlefield, but is it going to be able to extinguish the Curse Spirits and Sorcerers fast enough to get a W? It could probably take out very low-grade Curse Spirits pretty quickly, but if Geto summons a special grade, you know, how long is that taken for Jacob's Ladder to purify and exercise? So yeah, how long? Basically, the question is, can Geto and Megami get a win before Jacob's Ladder extinguishes their abilities? That's basically the battle. You could also argue Geto and Megami are both supremely more powerful combatants, even if they lose their curse techniques to Angel and LaRue. Geto's spirits have their own curse energy, so Kirara doesn't counter that. I'm done. I'm done. You're not pulling me back into this conversation. I'm going to have to do a video on why Kirara is stronger than you think, because I'm dumbfounded. Actually, I'm losing my mind. I think y'all just fundamentally misunderstand Kirara's curse technique. I think that's really what it comes down to. Geto would beat Angel in hand-to-hand 100%. LaRue has the best durability feat here by surviving a Sukuna Black Flash. I mean, you're not wrong with that one. Are we just going to vote against Takaba and Kenjaku when they come up? Since they're too broken? Best barrier user, special grade with the most curse technique? Nope. We're going to play it out. Again, we've learned our lesson with Takaba and Kenjaku. We will take him out next tournament. I'm leaving everything this is. I'm not making any changes. Geto and Megami looks like they're clearing. Angel won't attack Megami, so it's a 2v1. Damn, kind of good point, honestly. But if they have to, right? If they have to fight. Get your votes in, guys. Get your votes in. Bringing this in for one more minute. We're going to go for 1 more minute long. Whoa. Hold on. I mean, they had to save the world, and Hana still couldn't kill Sukuna. Fair enough. All right, guys. Yeah, it looks like get your last votes in. Gonna call it in 30 more seconds. Come on, 49 votes, 108 people watching. I know you guys want to get your vote in on Geto and Megami versus LaRue and Angel. Angel tries flying away and gets a max elephant dropped on her. All right, and the polls are closed. Geto and Megami advance to the next round, everyone. Who's next? Higuruma and Nanami versus Miguel and Toji. Now, this is rough. The Higuruma and Nanami team's main appeal is immediately taken away because Toji just can ignore the domain expansion completely, unfortunately. And I would definitely put Toji physically above both Higuruma and Nanami, especially when Miguel is debuffing them and buffing himself to help Toji. Yeah, once you take Higuruma's domain out of the equation, that duo immediately kind of loses a lot of steam. They're just like the higher-ups. They can't appreciate Kirara's curse technique. Yo, I love it. Well, I think it's the other way around. I think Kirara's curse technique is very traditional, but I think that's funny, though. Maybe I'm misreading your comment, but still funny. Maybe you're talking about Angel. And they would only confiscate Miguel's rope. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think Miguel and Toji is a pretty good team up, honestly. Toji gets convicted for missing child support. I mean, Toji doesn't even have to worry about getting charged. Toji just ignores the Higuruma domain entirely. I think if Higgy got his domain out, Miguel, I don't think has done anything Higuruma would know about to give him the death penalty, so no executioner's sword. I mean, Miguel participated in essentially what was supposed to be an ethnic cleansing, if you really think about it, and Higuruma doesn't have to know what a person's crimes are. Judge Man immediately plucks them from a person's life. Like, Higuruma didn't know Yuji went to play pachinko, but Judge Man just pulled that out randomly, so... Get rid of all of Toji's weapons and he'd still win. Everybody get your votes in now, guys. Come on, we only got 38 votes in. This is another pretty easy, easy one, but let's at least make things fair. Let's make sure we get all the votes in the booth, guys. Come on. I'm going to give another minute, but it looks pretty, looks pretty cut and dry here with Miguel and Toji being the much stronger team here. Toji would still probably come out in the 3v1. Honestly, yeah. Not wrong. Couldn't Toji just give Miguel a weapon once Black Rope runs out? Miguel with Playful Cloud? Damn. The Toji-Miguel team up is getting more dastardly by the fucking moment. Last 30 seconds of the vote, guys. Get your votes in. It's looking like a Miguel Toji sweep. Ten seconds. I didn't even think of Toji lending his weapons to Miguel. Yeah, that's a pretty one and done. Yep. All right, end of the poll, guys. Miguel and Toji come out 90% to 10%. Let's go. Takaba and Kenjaku versus Yuji and Yoro. Do Takaba and Kenjaku just immediately beat the Yuji Yoro team up? Is there literally nothing Yuji and Yoro can do against Takaba's reality bending and Kenjaku making it something that can be a killer fight? Easy W. Red team the strongest duo. Damn. But like, what if Yuji activates his domain expansion off rip? You know, on Takaba. Or Yoro does. Come on. Let's get that 4-way domain clash. Kenjaku could break that shit instantly with his own open domain. True. Takaba and Kenjaku might be a very overpowered duo for sure. No need for vote. There's always a need for a vote. That's how democracy works. You want to know why there's always a need for a vote? Because it's 92%, not 100, baby. 8% like the Yuji Yoro duo and want them to win. Takaba and Kenny is overkill. Definitely don't want to, definitely don't want to have that duo happen again in the actual tournament when we do it. Takaba controls all, is incapable of killing due to his character. It's a stalemate. Well, the good news is Kenjaku works as a great straight man for Takaba that can not only play within the boundaries of Takaba's reality bending, Kenjaku can kill people. Kenjaku can definitely kill people while inside of, you know, Takaba's reality bending. So, yeah, Kenjaku and Takaba actually genuinely just feed off of each other. It's the perfect synergy almost. Literally the perfect synergy, almost. Get your votes in, guys. One last minute. Last minute of the poll. Get your votes in. Looks like it's a Takaba Kenjaku sweep. This whole second round has just been sweeps. This whole second round has just been sweeps. Takaba dies. Kenjaku take his body. Potentially, yeah. Where's Yuta in this? Yuta was banned from the start. I didn't think Kenjaku would be that OP, but apparently I was wrong. Maybe just attached with Takaba, he's a little OP. All right, the poll is closed. 44 votes, another sweep in Takaba and Kenjaku's favor. Yeah, that's rough. All right, Maki and Higuruma versus Todo and Mahito. Higuruma and Mahito both have very fast-acting domain expansions. Maki is completely immune to the domain expansion buff, and with Soul Split Katana can hurt Mahito. Both Higuruma and Maki are at strong, you know, odds of potentially getting idol transfigured. I would even actually make the argument that you could potentially say Maki actually can fight against idol transfiguration better than most other people. The Boogie Woogie you know, the boogie woogie swapping is pretty intense for both of them. But yeah, let's see what this is honestly a pretty good matchup. I'd love to see what people think. Yeah, I also agree. I think Maki is also probably immune to idle transfiguration as well. I think that's a pretty valid argument to be made. I think the biggest factor is who's going to win the domain clash. Higuruma's popping it off rip most likely in the second. Mahito sees that. He's opening his too. Yeah, which is tough because Mahito's 0.2 domain expansion should definitely, if not beat Higuruma, compare to Higuruma's domain popping. And you can actually scale that realistically based on the two of them popping their domain expansion. Yuji runs up to both characters and they both activate in the same span of time. I mean, if anything, Mahito's seems to act faster. When both domains activate, Mahito activates his 0.2 domain expansion, and Yuji runs up to try and kick him in the face, and Yuji isn't able to reach Mahito before he can activate his domain expansion. Higuruma activates his domain off rip, and Yuji does the same thing, runs up to try and kick Higuruma in the face, and Higuruma's domain activates by the time Yuji's already in the air about to kick Higuruma. So you could even argue Mahito's activation actually goes faster. 0.2 domain isn't the speed of the domain opening, just the duration. Mahito's 0.2 domain expansion has everything to do with the technique activating. Mahito was able to activate his innate technique at the exact same time his barrier went up. So, unlike Gojo, who activated his barrier and then, you know, used the duration of his domain for only 2.2 seconds, Mahito actually turned his 0.2 into 0.2 second activation time. Problem is, Maki can indeed fuck up the domain clash because even in the domain clash, Maki's essentially invisible inside of the domain entirely. So Maki has free reign to fight against Mahito, and also Todo loses the same, you know, benefit he has over most people. Todo can't swap Maki. Todo can swap Higuruma as much as he wants. Todo can't swap Maki. Can't Todo use Boogie Woogie to teleport the Executioner Blade out of Higuruma's hand and into his? Yes, but I would think if Todo was the person that got death penalty and touched the Executioner's Blade, he would die. So I don't think that'd be a very smart idea. Loki think Maki would, Idle Transfiguration would affect Maki? I don't believe so, no. Maki's, immune for the domain expansions. Maki's immune to domain expansions no matter what, and I think Maki would be immune to Idle Transfiguration as well. Can Todo just swap himself away from Maki? I mean, sure, but if they're in the middle of a domain clash, it's not like Todo's going far. Is Mahito good enough with barrier techniques and not hit Todo as well with the short hit? That's questionable. You can make that argument. Todo could swap Soul Split Katana out of her hand. Yes. IT affects the soul. Maki still has a soul. Maki's soul and body are essentially almost maximized to the point. I think Maki should at the very least have the same immunity to Idle Transfiguration that Sukuna would. I believe Maki would be able to snap her soul back into place. You have the whole argument of what's different. The body and the soul, are they the same? Are they different? What comes after? What comes different? I think based off of that argument and Maki having the maximized body in exchange of having no curse energy, I think Maki should be able to be immune or at least have the same, again, be able to snap her soul back into place. Maki's soul is quite literally built different to anyone's in the verse, so if anyone was outright immune to him, it'd be Maki. Exactly. This one is the closest second round matchup so far. Maki and Higuruma 65%, Todo and Mahito 35%. We saw Toji defeat a soul with his body. You do also indeed have that as well. That's also a major feat that is pretty viable for why Maki would have natural defense against Idol Transfiguration. Last 30 seconds of the poll, guys. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. 65% Maki, Higuruma, 35% Todo and Mahito. If you're a Todo Mahito stan, now's the time. If he confiscates Vibe Slap or Boogie Woogie, it's over. That's a good point as well. Again, I think the domains are irrelevant in this matchup because I think Mahito and Higuruma would most likely domain clash, and it would go back to neutral form, in which case Maki definitely is the advantage against Todo and Mahito, especially since Idol Transfiguration might not work against Maki. And, you know, the domains are clashing, so the innate techniques won't be going off. 10 seconds, guys. Last 10 seconds. And yeah, Maki and Higuruma prevail. They move to the next round, everybody. Up next is the Hikari Ryu team up against Yuji and Angel. Now, Hikari and Ryu are a dastardly team up. For the people that were arguing if Yuji was stronger than Hikari or physically stronger than Ishigori, everything like that, is Yuji able to take on both Hikari and Ishigori at the exact same time? Now, imagine this whole entire matchup is most likely going to be happening inside of the Jacob's Ladder AoE, because Angel can just activate Jacob's Ladder. Yuji's able to be durable and endure the Jacob's Ladder. Now, the Jacob's Ladder would, for one, slowly remove Ishigori from his vessel, and two, slowly extinguish Hikari's jackpot if it went off. Hikari could probably climb the ladder and probably has strong durability, yes, but the natural effect of Jacob's Ladder would affect Jackpot because the reverse curse technique comes from his ability. Hikari, again, does not know how to use reverse curse technique. Hikari, reverse curse technique is a product of his curse technique. So if he gets extinguished and can't use his curse technique inside of Jacob's Ladder, he's essentially null and void, and he's just a basic, he's basically left and right goodnight Yuji. Ryu would snipe Angel the second she tried to use her technique. I mean, remember, Yuji's there to defend her, so it's not just Angel on her own. Hikari and Ishigori is a strong matchup, though. Yuji's gonna have Angel's no help besides Jacob's Ladder, so Yuji's basically fighting the battle on his own against two really strong opponents. It all comes down to how much you think Jacob's Ladder affects this matchup, really. That's really what it comes down to. How much do you think Jacob's Ladder affects the matchup? Is this current Angel or the one that cooks Sukuna? I'm not sure what that question means. We got two domain users against one. Hana and Yuji are on the back foot if they isolate her, and Hikari is known to relocate coordinates. Before or after losing her arm. Peak Angel. There you go. That makes sense, I guess. That makes sense. Peak Angel. looks like despite Angel's natural counter to Ishigori, 47 votes, we got 66% going for Hikari and Ishigori, 34% Yuji and Angel. Shrine cooks Ishigori immediately. I mean, remember, Yuji has to literally physically put his hand on Ishigori to activate Dismantle and trace out the part he wants to cut. Like, that's actually the second time I've seen Yuji immediately claps Ishigori because he has Sukuna's Dismantle. He can do the same thing. I do not believe Yuji can just cook Ishigori like Sukuna did. I don't think that is the case. I think Ishigori and Yuji is actually a pretty damn decent matchup. Ishigori is fully capable of sniping Angel, but again, Yuji can tank a Granite Blast. Wouldn't peak Kenjaku have an evolved Mahito and Ganesha? Yeah, Kenjaku would have Ganesha. I don't think we would give Mahito to Kenjaku, though, because Kenjaku just immediately used Mahito in the Uzumaki. I wouldn't give Kenjaku just Mahito off precedent. Last 30 seconds of the poll, guys. Get your votes in. 53 votes. 66% say Hikari and Ishigori. 34 Angel and Yuji. It would take a few soul dismantles to beat Ishigori. Yeah, I mean, Ishigori is one of the most durable people in the entire series. He's got one of the largest outputs of curse energy for a reason. And that's the game. So Hikari and Ishigori win and they advance 65% to 35%. All right, we've got Geto and Rika versus Todo and Mei Mei. Even without the SSK, couldn't Maki still do soul punches on Mahito like Yuji does? I highly doubt that. I'm not sure if Maki's understanding of the soul would be the same as Yuji's, but I could see people making that argument. Doesn't Kenjaku have Kurarushi too? I wouldn't give him that because we never see him use Kurarushi in the fight. I mean, peak as in like we've seen them use in the battle, not things that we would just assume that they have. Now, Geto and Rika's stomp, arguable. I mean, you do again also have Todo being able to swap every single curse spirit that Geto summons as well as Rika. So again, you know, let's not overestimate, you know, Geto and Rika here. Every single curse spirit is a viable swap. 50 times a second. You know. Bird Strike. Although Geto would probably have way more curse spirits than Mei Mei would have birds. That's for sure. Can he use Idle Transfiguration to activate the Culling Game players? I wouldn't give Kenjaku just Idle Transfiguration. Let's not forget this is Vengeful Rika, not the Vicious except for Yuta, since we're using everyone at their absolute peak. Yes, indeed. Geto and Rika, stop. Damn, 95% to 5. You're not wrong. The polls aren't lying here. This is not balanced. Again, like I've said it from the very beginning, like this is a randomized matchup, and this is again just to test out the 2v2 tournament. This isn't even the real 2v2 tournament. This is preseason, preliminary. This is very unbalanced. This is very randomized. That's the point. So that way we can make the actual tournament much better. This is crazy, guys. Todo and Mei Mei can hang. I agree. I think Todo and Mei Mei are getting underestimated here. I think Todo and Mei Mei definitely, you know, at least last a decent amount of time. Boundless Cursed Energy equals Geto with steady reverse curse technique. Well, I don't know if just being with Rika would give Geto Boundless Cursed Energy. And I don't think, and Geto doesn't have reverse curse technique either, so I don't think we can give him that in the fight, but Rika can carry the bum Geto. Where's all the Bird Strike stuff now? Sukuna didn't want to get hit by it. I don't believe Rika would just tank Bird Strike. I just don't think that's the case. I think Bird Strike is pretty fucking viable. If it blew up a whole special grade Curse Spirit in one shot and Sukuna felt the need to dodge it, I would at the very least say maybe 2 Bird Strikes, but I think one Bird Strike, you could make the argument, could one-shot Rika. Didn't I say Rika survives purple before? I maybe I might have said that. I don't even know if that would be the case. But also, are we saying that Bird Strike is the same level of power as purple? Because Hanami also survived a hollow purple strike, you know. So Bird Strike over Granite Blast, an argument could probably be made. Granite Blast over Bird Strike, I doubt that. Hanami dodged it. Hanami did not dodge purple. Hanami was literally cut in half. Hanami did not dodge purple. If anything, you could say that Hanami didn't take as much damage because it was far away. Bird Strike is an always point-blank strike. Would 100% put Bird Strike over Granite Blast. I don't even think that's a controversial statement. Bird Strike is literally using the binding vow of a bird's unaliving themselves, which is the strongest binding vow you could ever do. Whereas Ishigori sure has the largest amount of curse energy output, but he's just firing those Granite Blasts, no chant, no nothing. I would definitely probably put my money, if we were to do a gamble, I would put my money on Bird Strike over Granite Blast, doing more extreme damage. We're overestimating Bird Strike. I really haven't seen any other ability one-shot a special grade Curse Spirit like that besides Yuki's fucking kicking of Garuda. Bird Strike is pretty OP. Even Sukuna didn't want to get hit by it. Didn't Hanami make those tree things to avoid purple? And yeah, and Hanami still got cut in fucking half. But Hanami did not die. Last 30 seconds of the poll, guys. Get your votes in. Toto and Meimei 16%, 84% Geto and Rika. It's looking like a sweep. Takaba also one-shot a special grade. I guess that's true, yeah. Did the Yuji Toto duo already appear? Yuji and Toto were not on this list, unfortunately. So yeah, Geto and Rika sweep. All right, last 2 matches of round 2. Nobara and Higuruma versus Mahito and Jogo. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a bad matchup. Bad matchup. Higuruma can't carry here. Yeah, no, he cannot. No, he cannot. You know, we'll put it to democracy, but I kind of already have an idea of where this matchup is going to go. Again, especially since we've already talked about how Mahito can counter Deadly Sentencing's domain because of the 0.2. I think it's pretty fair to say Mahito is a direct counter to Higuruma. in every tag team matchup that they're going to appear in, which immediately just invalidates Higuruma. And if that's the case, yeah, rough. Mahito and Higuruma domain clash, and then Jogo sends down the meteor to break the domain, kill everyone, and then Mahito just regenerates. How did Nobara and Higgy get this far? They probably had a terrible matchup to get. I mean, this is only the second round, so again, that's why we've had so many mismatches. We have some really strong teams going up against weak teams that just went up against weaker matchups. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds. This is a pretty easy sweep here. Mahito and Jogo are pretty easily taking this. Even if they were to get confiscated, Jogo can blitz them and toss them into the sky. Yeah. Jogo alone is overkill for the group. Yeah, honestly, adding Mahito into the mix is just done. And yeah, so that's 30 seconds are up, guys. We don't need to wait for more votes. I mean, it's pretty clear they're not coming out of this one. Mahito and Jogo advance. Nobara and Higuruma lose. Last match of round 2, guys. Ishigori and Todo versus Yuji and Mahito. Can the switching Granite Blast defeat the Soul Brothers? Probably not. Ishigori's immediately countered by both Yuji and Mahito, and while Todo's swaps help a lot, I just don't think they can overcome Mahito and Yuji. Plus, Mahito and Yuji both have domains. Ishigori can counter with his own domain, but Mahito's domain should lay out faster than Ishigori's, and if Mahito can activate his domain faster than both of them, it's cooked. Instant W. Wondering why Yuta was removed, but Kenjaku wasn't. I didn't think Kenjaku would be that big of a threat. But again, we can remove him for next tournament. That's fine. It's okay if this tournament was unfair. This is just the preliminary tournament. I swear I haven't seen the Yuji Mahito duo this whole time. Listen, they get their numbers in secret. Real G's move in silence, alright? Sad seeing Todo fight his best bro. So true. That would be definitely devastating. Absolutely devastating. So with the poll out, Yuji and Mahito are leading pretty fucking strong. Yuji and Mahito have been off-screening. Or Todo just betrays Ishigori and it becomes a 3v1. That's also an option. This is Shinjuku Yuji. Yes, this is strongest version of Yuji we got. I know you didn't say you wanted to copy steal the same idea, but do you think you'll do a tournament with something custom sorcerer's techniques? I mean, I could if that's what people want. I mean, me and Broken Ronin could always come together and maybe do something. I'm sure he'd be down. Let's give this another 30 seconds, guys, on the poll. Looking like it's a Yuji Mahito sweep for the final round, for the final match of round 2. Ishigori Todo, good duo, but yeah, Yuji Mahito are pretty OP. 10 seconds left, guys. Get your votes in. And Yuji and Mahito advance to the next round, guys. Moving on to the semifinals. Or I guess not the semifinals. I guess this is the quarterfinals. This is the quarterfinals, everyone. Geto and Megami versus Takaba and Kenjaku. A stomp by the blue. Really? That's how we feel? Geto and Megami can't come back from this? What if now I give Megami Maharaga? What if now we let Megami summon Maharaga? Can he pull it out of his ass here? Then everyone dies. Doesn't matter. With Maharaga, they'd win. Give him Maharaga and nothing changes. Maharaga adapts to comedy. See, that's a genuine question here. Would Maharaga adapt to comedy? I don't know if that would be a case, because you could argue that all of the different simulations and how quickly the different things change and keep up would be too much for the wheel to keep up with. I don't know if Maharaga would be able to adapt to something that's so constantly changing shape and not even remaining the same thing it was before 2 seconds ago, you know? If he can adapt to infinity, I think he could adapt to comedy. I don't think those are of all too... I mean, the infinity is science. A comedy is subjective, you know? Comedy is an idea, you know? Infinity is an actual physical science. Maharaga just cancels Takaba on Twitter. There's also a genuine chance that Maharaga forgets to adapt. It's a good possibility Maharaga gets lost in the sauce. Get your votes in, guys. We got a minute left on the timer. Geto and Megami, Takaba, Kenjaku, looking like a Takaba and Kenjaku thing. Truck-kun or Max Uzumaki with 100,000 curses just gets evaporated. I'd love to see Kenjaku and Geto just fighting for supremacy over their curse spirits. That'd be funny. Last 20 seconds, guys. Get your votes in. Geto or Megami or Takaba and Kenjaku. First match of the quarterfinals. All right, Takaba and Kenjaku win. Let's go. They advance to the next round. Up next, Maki and Higuruma versus Yuji and Mahito. Okay. So Higuruma against Mahito. Higuruma's domain is immediately canceled out. However, that means it basically just becomes a free-for-all match inside of the neutral domain expansion, because while Maki is invisible inside of the domain, has the advantage over everybody, Yuji is a pretty decent, you know, would definitely be able to throw hands to Maki. Mahito's a pretty good, you know, close quarters fighter as well. Higuruma's the dead weight in this. We have finally reached the peak match. Yeah, see, this is a good one. This is a good one. Higgy confiscates Yuji or Mahito. I don't think the domain comes into play here whatsoever. Yuji is equal to Maki, so it's 50-50. Here we go with the nonsense again. Don't get me stun locked again. I can't handle it. I don't have the energy for it. Yuji is not physically stat-wise equal to Maki. It's just not the case at all. And that is the end of that. give Maki the Executioner's Sword, that would be viable, but Higuruma's domain does not come into Higuruma does not come into play here at all. Mahito's shape-shifting and close-quarters combat is also a pretty big threat as well. Like, while Maki can do damage to Mahito, you know, Mahito's doing pretty well. He was already keeping up with her pre-Yuji Awakening. He was not keeping up with her pre-Yuji Awakening. Maki literally tells Yuji, do you think you can go faster? And Yuji says, yeah, I think so. So Maki is 100% faster than Yuji. Maki air steps with Sukuna. Maki performs much better in that fight than Yuji does at all. Sukuna literally tells Yuji that he's boring, and Maki is much more beneficial in that fight against Meguna. And Yuji, just because he hit 8 black flashes, does not mean he's stronger than Maki. I'm not sure where that opinion even stems from. I'm not sure where those 2 and 2 come together, but I disagree. What if Yuji and Higuruma domain clash while Mahito waits, then breaks their barriers and opens his own to transfigure Higuruma? I think it's just more viable for them to sit in the neutral base ground, but that's also an option as well. She fights Sukuna in a stronger state than Yuji. You could even make that argument. I think Maki, even in her small fight with Sukuna, performs better than Yuji did against Sukuna. Sukuna literally just fucking smacks Yuji away the moment things get serious. Yuta shows up in Gojo's body and he's like, punches Yuji away and everything. Whereas Sukuna and Maki actually generally had a real back and forth. So, not sure where you guys keep coming up with this crazy argument. We got the live chat summary here, but more importantly, let's see if I can get the poll on screen. There we go. Thank you. The Yuji downplay is just wild. Being fair is downplay, I guess. Being fair is downplay. I love Yuji. Yuji's up there. Not beating Maki, though. Not beating Maki or Toji, though. Sorry. Maki and Toji would still beat Yuji in a fight. And I'll put money on that. Last 30 seconds of the poll, guys. Get your votes in. Maki or Higuruma or Yuji and Mahito. 63% to 37%. Miguel performed better than Maki. See, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. We can't be we can't be reading the same fights here. Choso literally says no one's fought Sukuna on that level besides her. Like, literally when they're air stepping, he's like, wow, they're fighting on a level no one else has. Or I forget exactly what they say, but I think it's meant to be pretty clear. Maki's like one of the strongest people in Shinjuku Showdown. The end is nigh. 10 seconds. Toto performs better than Maki. I'll give you that. Toto performed better than everybody. Toto's MVP. Yuji and Toto are up. They survive. All right. 2 more matchups in the semifinals. Hikari and Ryu, or Geto and Rika. Good matchup, actually. This is a good matchup. Ryu already went band for band with Rika. Very true. Toto's the only character not on Fraud Watch. So true. Let's go, Prodigy. Hit him with that internalized misogyny. W argument. Let's go. Insta W. Maki wins. If you don't agree, you're sexist. I love it. Let's go, baby. Progress wins again. Where the hell did this Geto gas come from? Please inform chat. Geto does not get mimicry or infinite cursed energy. Geto does not get mimicry or infinite cursed energy unless he actually unless he was to actually curse spirit manipulate Rika. And I don't even know if he'd get the infinite cursed energy. I guess you could make an argument he would get the curse copy, but again, he has to eat body parts to curse copy. Like this duo is purely Rika on her own and Geto on their own. Geto does not mooch off of Rika here. You could argue Geto manipulates Rika in mid-fight. That's a prep time thing that they have to do. They have to set that up. Geto manipulates Rika at the beginning of the fight and then immediately does get some of those abilities. But again, that is more of a prep time argument than anything. And prep time does not do well against Hikari Ishigori. This is the closest matchup we've had so far. For the semifinals, I'm pretty happy with that. 56% over 44. Hikari and Ryu are taking it so far. What's up, RM3? How we doing? Hikari is too much of a tank for Geto and Rika. Ishigori can drop Rika and Geto easily. Yeah, I think Hikari and Ishigori are definitely able to throw hands with Rika pretty decently. Geto's Curse Spirits are a decent help for distraction and overwhelming numbers, but you got two characters that are just genuine powerhouses. I think if Yuta can handle the entire Curse Spirit storm of a deceased Kenjaku, Hikari should be able to, and you could make an argument Ishigori would be able to fight back a decent amount. You also have two characters that have a domain expansion up against two characters that don't have a domain expansion. Wasn't the visage of Rika who got blown away by Ishigori? Eventually, Rika is far stronger than that and is not getting one-tapped. While you could say I don't think Rika would get one-tapped by Ishigori, I still think Hikari and Ishigori could still throw hands with a vengeful spirit Rika. I might be wrong. You could probably argue with me against that. I wouldn't even be mad at you if you told me no, because again, there is the statement that vengeful spirit Rika could have helped Geto fight Gojo. But you can also, again, make the argument that this was Jujutsu Kaisen 0, and a lot of the aspects of the power system and what came to be, did not, were not there. So you can take that with a grain of salt. Gojo and JJK 0 talks about her being a problem. Again, grain of salt. Grain of salt. Get your votes in, guys. Last 30 seconds of the poll. This is adult Geto. I just used a picture of teen Geto. This is peak Geto. This is not teen Geto. This is peak Geto. I would have made the distinction. Get your votes in. All right, so we've got most of the votes in here. Last 20 seconds, get your votes in. Come on, come on. Last 10 seconds, I'm sorry. And it's closed. Hikari and Ryu defeat Geto and Rika. They move on. All right. The last match of the quarterfinals. Miguel and Toji versus Mahito and Jogo. Two pretty stacked teams. Toji and Miguel were doing some pretty good work before. Are they able to keep it up against a double special grade curse spirit duo? Especially when Mahito's on there. Mahito and Toji are counters for each other. But you do have Jogo involved. Again, Toji is a counter for the 2 domain expansions. Miguel can buff and debuff himself, and he can buff himself and debuff Jogo and Mahito, although that doesn't save Miguel from the soul idol transfiguration. Curious to see what you guys think. I think while Toji counters Mahito pretty hard, I think Jogo and Toji are still a pretty decent matchup, all things considered. It's a matchup that has been debated multiple times over. Jogo's flames are pretty strong. While Toji can't probably go through them, he's still a regular human. He's still pretty durable. He could probably take a couple attacks, and he could do some decent damage to Jogo. So, Jogo and Toji is the major fight here for sure. Mahito can oppose Miguel. We're coming in hot so far. Toji and Miguel are winning. 38% goes to Jogo Mahito. Let's get some votes in, guys. Jogo would cause a lot of property damage and then die. What's the speed between Jogo and Toji? You could make an argument Jogo and Toji are comparable in speed based on the Shibuya incident and what happens in there. Granted, if you're giving Toji feats from Maki, you could technically say Toji is faster. But with Jogo's ability of flight, you know, Jogo can fly. I think Jogo is pretty fast, all things considered. I don't know. I would probably, if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably give Toji the speed advantage, but Jogo's pretty fast. I wouldn't say Toji's speed blitzes. I would say Toji's faster than Jogo. I wouldn't say he speed blitzes. Maybe Mahito, not Jogo. Last 30 seconds of the poll, guys. Get your votes in. Toji and Miguel are winning with a pretty decent lead. It's tough to get through. You can't use Jogo's speed calc from how fast Sukuna sent him flying. Is that... You're right. I'm sorry. That's an insult to Jogo. Jogo's fast as fuck. But yeah, I would probably say Toji's faster for sure. Now, again, while we pass Toji and Miguel forward, I would like to say and give the clout of Naobito being faster than Jogo. That's never directly outright said. It's only said Naobito is the second fastest sorcerer next to Gojo. Doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, maybe Naobito and Jogo are comparable in speed. You're getting into my Jogo glaze now, and I'm telling you right now, I will fight Dagon says it. Damn, you're right. I'm just kidding. I tried to fight for my Jogo. Tried to fight for Jogo, but what do you want from me? He does say Naobito might be faster than Jogo. I can't fight against it. You came against me with facts and logic. It's the end of the quarterfinals, and now we enter the semi-final rounds, guys. Hikari and Ryu up against Miguel and Toji. Who wins this one? Toji is obviously, I think, the character with the advantage here, thanks to ignoring both characters' domain expansions, having the Invisible Man, Soul Split Katana to counter Hikari, as well as Miguel's buffs and debuffs. I think Miguel and Toji have the over-under here, but I could be wrong. Let's see what the people think. Miguel and Toji look like they're sweeping so far. Would Toji stay in the domain just so he could play unlimited pachinko? The gambler in him fails him in the battle. He just lets Hikari get jackpot on some Vegeta shit. I want to see how strong you are. Oof. Yeah, Toji's like a bulldozer. Yeah, Toji and Miguel team are coming in hot. Toji and Miguel team have stand uncontested, sweeping almost every fight they've come into. Get your votes in, guys. I'll give it another 30 seconds to a minute or so. Get your votes in. Seems like it's going to be a Miguel Toji sweep, but if you're Team Hikari Ryu, vote, vote, vote. Toji Miguel gonna cause a sweep? Might be the case, honestly. Last 20 seconds, guys. Get your votes in here. Save Hikari and Ryu from getting eliminated. Please, save them. It's the semifinals. They actually made it pretty far. And 5 seconds, guys. Yeah, it's looking cooked. There's no way to come back. Miguel and Toji make it to the final round. Miguel and Toji make it to the last matchup to find out who's the best JJK duo of all time, guys. And the last matchup of the semifinals, Yuji and Mahito versus Takaba and Kenjaku. Can Takaba and Kenjaku be beaten? Do you guys actually think this is as easy as it is? It seems like I know K's guy, you've been saying almost every matchup is unfair. But I don't think this matchup is as unfair as it is. Like, I don't think Takaba and Kenjaku are really that strong. Like, I feel like Yuji and Mahito would be able to put up a pretty decent fight. Kenjaku can just absorb Mahito. I mean, depends on how weak Mahito needs to be for the absorption to happen. Again, Takaba does need to build up momentum. We have to remember that. Takaba just doesn't instantly reality warp everything and instantly win. Takaba has to build up momentum, and Mahito can one-shot Takaba just as well as he can potentially one-shot Kenjaku. Yuji's got soul punches and soul dismantle to affect Kenjaku. Kenny's domain is too much. Yeah, the open barrier domain is definitely an instant deletion for Yuji's domain and Mahito's domain. They can't counter it. The gravity would break it. Yuji does have simple domain, so he would be able to last a little bit just like Yuki did. I mean, again, Yuki survived Kenjaku's domain expansion and healed from it, so I wouldn't be surprised if Yuji and Mahito could both come back from it. Point 2 domain is clutch here, I think. Point 2 domain is a pretty viable option as well, you know what I mean? If Mahito really just rips his 0.2 domain expansion out, he could cook everyone in an instant. That is a win condition. I think Yuji's punches would work against Kenjaku because even though he's not reincarnated, he's still a soul investing in another body. His brain is inside another body. So I would argue that you could still hurt Kenjaku's curse energy output through the soul punches, but whatever. Couldn't Kenjaku absorb Mahito? I don't know if Kenjaku can just absorb Mahito. I think Kenjaku would probably have to beat Mahito, make Mahito weak, and then absorb him. I don't think Kenjaku could just be like, oh, Mahito, you're mine now. I very much disagree. It's a huge hurdle with that open domain. I mean, it's a huge hurdle, though you could argue that if Mahito gets Idol Transfiguration off in 0.2 seconds and Kenjaku can't activate the open domain in time, what's an open domain going to do against a dead Kenjaku, you know? Yuki got saved. She didn't tank the domain. What do you mean Yuki got saved? How did Yuki in any term of the word get saved in that situation? She literally bore the complete brunt of Kenjaku's domain expansion. Kenjaku could probably pop his domain fast enough. We've never seen him do it, but I guess you could make that argument. Kenjaku can do it anytime. The only time he can't is if the curse has an owner. I don't know about that. I think you probably still would have to beat the curse spirit. I don't know if Geto and Kenjaku are just walking up to special grades and turning them into orbs to eat. I don't know about that. It allows him to control curses that he exercises and takes in. As the name suggests, curse manipulation. We're gonna read together. Where one can complete control curse, but they're able to conquer in battle. Rather than exercise a curse spirit, the user can absorb them into a small black spear. A curse manipulator can also absorb curse from anyone capable of controlling them by killing the master. Attempting to absorb the curse without doing so will physically repel them. If the difference in grade is 2 levels or more, the curse manipulator can absorb a curse spirit with practically no conditions attached. The difference in grade is not 2 levels or more. Boom, boom. So yes, Mahito is a special grade curse spirit. Would not be able to be instantly absorbed. They would have to actually... Kenjaku would have to actually beat Mahito to absorb him. Without a doubt. Kengan broke Kenjaku's domain. It ended immediately. Also, Kenjaku reacted to a black hole. 0.2 is nothing. Also, 0.2 is overrated. It wasn't even a factor in Gojo versus Sukuna. It wasn't a factor in 0.2 is not overrated. It wasn't a factor in Gojo versus Sukuna because because again, Gojo and Mahito's 0.2 domain expansions are entirely different. Mahito's 0.2 domain expansion activates instantly when the barrier plays. Gojo 0.2 just has a duration of a smaller amount. So again, 2 different 0.2s we're talking about here. I don't think Tengen broke Kenjaku's domain and it ended immediately. Kenjaku literally hit Yuki with the full brunt of the domain expansion. Tengen tried to stop the domain, but it did nothing. So I don't think it removed the domain expansion or debuffed the domain expansion or nerfed the domain expansion. I would not say that at all. Would not say that at all. Mahito just gets absorbed, no need to weaken nobody. No, Mahito does not just get absorbed. You have to beat Mahito first to absorb him. You have to weaken him completely to absorb him. So that's not a win con for Takaba or for Kenjaku, unfortunately. It removed Kenny's domain, otherwise Yuki would have been paced. I mean, we can just agree to disagree. I completely disagree entirely. I don't think there's anything that implies that in the story at all, but we can agree to disagree. Yuji and Mahito stand no chance here. Kadakaba has no problem with killing curses, and Yuji has no real way of dealing with Comedian and Kenny's toolkit. Again, Takaba doesn't walk in reality warping. Takaba has to build momentum. Since Yuji would have to be somewhat relative or Maki would be speed blitzing, again, you can clearly see the difference in Yuji and Sukuna fighting and Maki and Sukuna fighting by the air stepping, the DBZ, how they're coming and fighting each other so quickly. Again, there's a reason why Sukuna was interested in Maki more than Yuji and literally said Maki was a better Yuji. So. How close do you think Kapaza Geto with every spirit he ever had access to with Mahito versus Gojo would be? I think Gojo would cook pretty easily. You dismantled my domain together with the Sun Yada barrier. Yes, broke the but the domain already hit. That's my point. Yuki still got hit with the domain. You guys are saying that Yuki didn't get hit with the domain because Tengen got rid of the barrier. That's not correct. Yuki got hit with the domain and literally almost died. It not only was the brunt of the attack was not nerfed, you know, in my opinion, again, agree to disagree. We're just gonna completely. No Plank was saying if Tengen didn't do that, she would have died. Yeah, exactly. I don't agree with that still. She would not have died. She tanked the full domain expansion. All that means is Kenny doesn't have an instant kill like Unlimited Void. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I meant this panel. I mean, even in this panel right here, Maki is clearly faster than Yuji. Maki's literally taking Yuji and throwing him into Sukuna, and again, Yuji does nothing in this entire fight. This fight is basically all Maki versus Meguna. Yuji is literally barely support in this tag team fight. Literally barely support. Maki is the one pulling all the strings in this fight, without a doubt. Kenjaku probably was not able to take Toji's body. I've seen that come up multiple times in the stream, and since we're in the process of me getting stun locked, I don't think Kenjaku can take over Toji. Pretty sure the Heavenly Restriction is stated to completely, you know, malfunction his curse technique. Gege said Kenjaku could try to take over the body, but it would most likely malfunction entirely. Just wanted to give my full thoughts. Want to still respect your opinion. Oh, respect all around, 110%. Don't just because I disagree with any of you guys, don't think that means I'm mad at you or upset with you. Sometimes I'm a little bit of an aggressive debater, but you can think what you want. Like I said, agree to disagree. If that's what you think, that's fine. That's massive Maki glaze, man. Give Yuji his due. I just don't understand. There's so many feats that make Maki faster and stronger than Yuji. I don't even feel like having this argument anymore because you guys are going off of agenda more than rather than the actual panels themselves. And the panels that I get sent don't really prove what's being said at all. Kenjaku could take Toji's body, and then the heavenly restriction would immediately make it malfunction. So it's not taking over Toji's body is not an option for Kenjaku. Same here, I was trying to be rude, was just disagreeing if that's up. No, not at all, Jesse. I'm making sure that everyone understands that I'm not mad at people. You can argue with me all you want. That's what I'm here for. Argue with me, please. Yell at me, challenge me. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna just tell it like it is from the start. That's not really agenda, though. The panels show that. There's not a single panel that implies Yuji is stronger than Maki. Not a single panel. In fact, there are multiple panels that imply the opposite. But, you know. Maki almost died by casual dismantles of Sukuna. She would literally die. So did Yuji. Yuji almost died multiple times from Sukuna. Yuji is literally only alive right now because he has reverse curse technique. What? Maki, the character that doesn't have reverse curse technique, has less cosmetic damage than Yuji does right now. So I don't even know what kind of argument you're trying to make there. Yeah, we're lost. Anyway, long story short, this was the final... Oh, this isn't the final matchup. But yeah, Takaba and Kenjaku won. Maki is in the hospital, bro. What are you talking about? You know, you're not even making sense. Anyway, yeah, Takaba Kenjaku won. Let's go to the final matchup. We're going to ignore how Maki tanked the strongest Sukuna Black Flash. We indeed are. Yes, we are. We are going to ignore that. Takaba and Kenjaku versus Miguel and Toji. The very last two duos here. Who wins it all? Now, you could argue. Miguel can debuff Takaba's comedian, and he can also debuff Kenjaku's curses. Kenjaku changes his domain conditions to target inanimate objects. I don't even remember that happening. So forgive me if I don't remember that, if I don't recall that, but I've literally never seen that. Domains are unviable. I mean, I guess Kenjaku has an open barrier domain, so maybe not. That's also a very easy way to fuck Toji up. I think what we've learned is Kenjaku and Takaba are definitely a really good duo. Probably one of the best duos in all of Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't think anyone is arguing Yuji surpasses Yuta. I've seen multiple chatters say Yuji is stronger than Yuta right now. So that is definitely an opinion people have. Not sure how, again, but that's why I don't take things too seriously. This one's pretty close, honestly. For the final matchup, these two duos are pretty fucking OP, if I do say so myself. I think, depending on how you look at it, this fight is probably the closest fight that Takaba and Kenjaku have actually had. But the combination of the reality warping and Kenjaku's open barrier domain that can definitely do some serious damage to Miguel and Toji. Red team, blue team. Is the Toji Maki duo banned? Yes, Toji Maki duo is indeed banned. I will, again, I'm going to take all of these notes in here, and I'm going to come to you guys with the next, with the rule book and the restrictions for the next tournament that we do together. This was a lot of fun, despite all of the stun locking and the crazy debates. That's what this is all for. I love talking about all of this crazy shit, and regardless of if we disagree, I apologize if you thought I was coming off mean or mad. I love all of you, and I just passionately believe in the opinions that I believe. Let's debate constantly. I love debates. Check this dono. Toji already dead. Don't let a corpse win. Thank you, Gungren. Listen, don't call Toji a corpse. Disrespectful. No Yorozu. No one, literally no one put Yorozu in a duo. Literally, I don't think a single person brought up Yorozu. You want to know a duo that came up before Yorozu? Someone actually recommended to me Mai and Kamo as a duo for the tournament. Mai and Kamo. But Yorozu didn't come up once, somehow. Yeah, I think the way that Kenjaku is able to influence and improve the comedian, insane. Gotta add Megami and Toji next time. Listen, if all goes well, the next tournament might be user-submitted duos. So if that's the duo you want to run the gauntlet with, feel free, Jesse. No, people brought up Choso, but he was with Toto almost every single time, and there were so many Toto teams. There were so many Toto teams that it was just, there's no point. You know, I ended up cutting so many Toto teams because the whole entire tournament would have been Toto and this person versus Toto and this person. Yorozu is literally special grade. I don't think I would never call Yorozu special grade, but I've learned a lot of people have very interesting opinions. This stream, I've learned a lot of people have very interesting opinions this stream. We just given everyone special grade. It's like Super Saiyan. It's the special grade bargain sale, you know? Everyone's special grade. It's not meant to mean anything. So many Totos and Higurumas. Yeah, Toto and Higuruma are definitely going to be restricted for sure. I might not ban them outright, but we might limit them, which is where the draft comes in, because if people are doing user-submitted duos, then, you know. Might have to do that debate stream soon after all this. Yeah, honestly, we have to. I still have that in my back pocket. I just haven't brought it out yet. Sorry, guys. So, let's see. So, we are at 55 votes here. So, I think it's pretty fair to say 75% Takaba and Kenjaku are indeed the best duo in Jujutsu Kaisen. Which, I think, all in all, is pretty reasonable, to say the least. I think it makes sense. Doesn't surprise me, right? Doesn't surprise me at all. Think that's pretty valid, to say the least. Makes sense. The fact that Kenjaku can completely just act as a guide for Takaba's curse technique, since, again, Takaba not understanding his curse technique is a very, very, you know, integral condition to him being stronger. So, yeah. The fact that Kenjaku can work in Takaba's curse technique as, like, as a partner to him, influence the curse technique, make it stronger, and also add the ability that Kenjaku can land a kill if Takaba can't. Yeah. I think they did an awesome job. Let me get yeah, let me get their clout. Let me see if I can put their picture up here. They've won it home. They've brought home the gold. Congratulations to Kenjaku and Takaba for being the next best Jujutsu Kaisen duo of all time. And I think it's fair to say I was going to make a really cool thing for being like, oh, you know, let's see if they can beat Hanami, Mahito, and Sukuna. I think it's pretty clear Takaba and Kenjaku beat every single person in the verse. This actually is the best duo of all time. Myers, thanks for being a member for 12 months. You enjoy that Gojo badge, buddy. The team up that never was. What duo beats this? I really don't know, but I would love to know. But anyway, guys, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, above 4 hours now. I think it's pretty clear to say we have yapped and spent enough time on this entire subject here. So I just want to say thank you all so much for being here for this preseason preliminary run of the 2v2 tourney. We're going to take all notes, all criticism, and everything like that. Could Gojo and Sukuna even beat that duo? That could probably be made. You could probably make an argument. Put these characters in next time. The kids? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, Gungar with the 5. If you ever do triple battles, I need the brothers in arms, Yuji, Todo, and Choso to make it to the top. Hey, pretty fucking fair. I won't disagree with that at all, Gungarin. Thank you for the 5. But yeah, guys, I think we can casually say Takaba and Kenjaku are the duos, and maybe what we can do is, if we do another tourney, maybe we can put the winner of that tourney up against Takaba and Kenjaku and see if they can win and dethrone them. But guys, again, this has given me a lot to think about, a lot to work on. And I think the next 2v2 tourney is going to be even better than the last. But thank you all so much for dealing with this, you know, interesting tournament. We got a lot of the kinks that we're going to work out for next time. And thank you all for dealing with my stunlocks and debate bro-esque fucking freakouts. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Get some co-hosts next time. Yeah, definitely gonna need some help with this for sure. But I did want to do this again just to start and get some of the, you know, small problems worked out, which I think we got a lot of notes to work on going forward. I will see you guys in the next one. I am peacing out because I am tired. Thank you all so much for everything that you've done, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.